Yeah. No, but there are people that hit a certain peak and then they move on to things. But Bert,
I mean, I would dump us if I was successful.
He's still our buddy. Yeah. In fact, Case was just talking to him the other day.
Yeah. He's awesome. And, he's going to be at the Wells Fargo Center at the end of the month. He's coming in town early so he can join us in studio. And he's making sure of that.
Is he going to check out the Tool concert?
No. That's in a week and a half.
Right, yeah.
He's at the end of the month.
Big
Jay Okerson is going to and he was on the cruise with Bert Kreischer.
All right.
So happy birthday, all celebrating birthdays on the 3rd day of November. We're going to go to the phone, see if we can get an answer to this stupid question. Which country produces the popular treat called Tim Tams? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Stanley. Hi, Stanley. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Stanley, in what country will you find Tim Tams?
Australia.
Yes! Australia is correct.
Should we say where you can find them here?
Go ahead.
The Campbell's
They have
home
them there?
office.
Campbell Soup headquarters.
They have a store.
They have a store in there, and they have Tim Tams. We saw them
Why?
on the shelves. I
Because
guess they own that.
They own the parent
Oh,
company
they
that makes
do?
the Tim Tams. Tim Tams are awesome.
Yeah. So, Stanley, hang on the line. We're going to give you tickets to see our buddy Tom Papa. We're still friends with Tom Papa.
Oh,
too.
absolutely.
The Good Stuff Tour, Friday, February 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. Got a bunch of stories for you. We'll start with this one. Priscilla Presley spoke about losing her daughter, Lisa Marie Presley, during an appearance on Piers Morgan Thursday. Lisa Marie passed away unexpectedly in January. She was only 54 years old, and she had a bowel obstruction that caused the issue. Which is wild because Elvis died.
That's what-
That was
exactly.
part of what, it was a complication that led to Elvis's death.
Compacted colon.
So it was unbearable. She said, I lost my mother, I lost my grandson, and I lost my daughter, and it's still shocking that we don't have her. She said that was the hardest thing for her, losing Ben. He took his own life. This was Lisa Marie's son. He was the love of her life, that child. She adored him. She would do anything for him, anything. Benjamin Keogh died by suicide. He was only 27 years old. That was in 2020. A couple of months before she had passed away, Priscilla recalled we were in Memphis. We were sitting up in a suite, and she said, Mom, I don't know if I want to be here. And I go, what are you talking about? And she'd go on about Ben and how she is still grieving him. How do you ever get over that?
Well, look at the amount of loss in her life, and if you look at any depiction in the new Sofia Coppola movie out about her, apparently really gets into. You looked at her initially, and you're like, oh my God, it must be a whirlwind of excitement being with Elvis and all that stuff. But she was paying a lot for that. And then obviously all the people she lost in her life.
Yeah. The Dallas actress teared up when asked if Lisa Marie was feeling suicidal herself at that time. And Priscilla said, I think so. So it was really, really tough for her, obviously. Nicolas Cage is not a fan of artificial intelligence. The actor told Yahoo recently that he finds the technology to be, quote, a nightmare. He said, AI is a nightmare to me. It's inhumane. He said, you can't get more inhumane than artificial intelligence. He also, listen to this, he commented on his cameo in The Flash, Steve, saying that what he filmed was much different than what appeared on screen. He said, when I went to the picture, it was me fighting a giant spider. And he said, I did not do that. That was not what I did. I don't think that it was created by AI. He said, I know Tim, he means Tim Burton. He said, I know Tim is upset about AI as I am. It was CGI, okay, so that they could de-age me, and I'm fighting a spider. I didn't do any of that. So I don't know what happened there.
So what they do in this sequence is they sort of, and it's kind of a tribute to all the Supermen. They have George Reeves as Superman, and they have Christopher Reeve, and so all that's there. And so, there was that famous stalled Tim Burton Superman movie that Nicolas Cage desperately wanted to have completed and done. Yeah. And I think in a way they were sort of paying tribute to that. Yeah. But it looks bad. It just looks bad. Everything looks
pretty fake.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. So whatever they shot was not what ended up on the screen. They were doing something totally different. And I would like to see what they originally shot.
So would I, yeah.
I like the first 2/3 of that movie. And then all the CGI it really became distracting towards the end.
I agree.
Steve, did you ever see Kevin Smith talking about the story with Nick Cage and the spider? And
Nick, it's like a 2-hour dissertation on all of the nuance involved It's simultaneously hilarious, and it's also a real peek into how Hollywood is horrible in many ways.
And it's fascinating, though. And Kevin Smith, is privy to a lot of those details, and he talks about how eventually, Will Smith ends up fighting a giant spider in
Wild Wild West.
Wild Wild West, because the director of Wild Wild West was connected to the Nick Cage Superman movie.
He talks about sitting in the theater and watching the Wild Wild West, and there's this giant spider, and he goes, "You got to be kidding me!"
Yeah.
So no matter what this guy, who's the director? He did the Addams Family. Barry Sonnenfeld.
Right.
And so he goes, "Oh my God, he's taking that spider wherever he goes."
So he has a thing about spiders.
He just wanted a giant spider in a movie.
Yes, Preston, it's a typical Kevin Smith story that goes on and on, but it's really well told and really fascinating. I'm sure it's on YouTube, but he talks about the entire spider, Nick Cage, Superman, Will Smith, and it really is a fascinating story.
Well, speaking of AI, Scarlett Johansson has taken legal action against an AI app that used her name and likeness in an online advertisement without permission. She appeared in a 22-second ad by an artificial intelligence imaging generating app, which is called Lisa AI, 90s Yearbook and Avatar. Representatives for the actor confirmed to Variety that Johansson is not a spokesperson for the app, and her attorney, Kevin Yorn, handled the situation in a legal capacity. The advertisement was spotted on October 28th. It appears to have since vanished from the internet. But the ad begins with an old clip of Johansson behind the scenes of Marvel's Black Widow, and she says, "What's up, guys? It's Scarlett, and I want you to come with me," before a graphic covers her mouth and the screen transitions to AI-generated photos that resemble her, and a fake voice imitating Johansson then continues speaking and promotes the AI app. Fine print under the advertisement reads, "Images produced by Lisa AI. It has nothing to do with this person." Multiple Lisa AI apps, which are created by Convert Software, remain on the App Store and Google Play. But even though they put that...
But you can't. That's the big issue. Is you're using someone's likeness without their permission, and you're selling a product that they have nothing to do with.
Even if you're saying it's not them, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I downloaded an AI app, and I think I was ripped off because what it does is it writes articles the way Allen Iverson would write them.
Oh, that's
and I'm like,
that's wrong.
This is not helpful.
This is not the AI you're looking for. Johansson isn't the only actor to have her name and likeness stolen and manipulated for the purchase of advertising. Last month, Tom Hanks took to social media to warn his fans about a promotional video for a dental plan that features an AI version of the actor. He wrote, "Beware, I have nothing to do with it." So they're squeaking in here and there, but they're hopefully the powers that be are going to get a handle on that and not let people get away with that type of thing. All right, Al Pacino and his girlfriend, Noor Alfallah.
Is this the young one?
Yeah, have reached a settlement regarding child support for their son.
Not current girlfriend. Right? Because they're settling on...
This is the current. They just had a baby.
Yeah.
But they're together, or they're
not really.
Okay, right.
But they weren't really even together when they conceived the kid. But when you say the one who's younger, when you're talking about Pacino, everyone at this point.
I know.
Yeah.
I meant the one he had the baby with.
He's got to pay up. Pacino agreed to pay.
It's non-negotiable.
To pay Alfallah.
He's upset.
To pay Alfallah a large 5-figure sum every month to support their son, Roman.
Every month?
Yeah. The couple welcomed
This is such a crock of shit.
The couple welcomed their son in June and got into a legal battle after Alfallah filed for physical custody of their child. So the agreement reads as follows. Noor Alfallah will have primary physical custody of their infant son. It reads that Noor shall have primary physical custody of Roman, subject to Pacino's reasonable rights of visitation and access to Roman on such dates and at such times to be agreed upon by the parties.
And why?
They will share joint legal custody. In exercising joint legal custody, the two of them, quote, shall consult with one another on all major decisions relating to Roman's health, education, and welfare.
I mean, honestly, I wonder if he can have unsupervised visits with his kid. I mean, think about it. If you how old is he?
He's a
baby.
83.
No, 83. If you had an 83-year-old.
How old's that baby?
How old is that baby?
I don't know if that baby can handle it. That baby's 80?
I'm just thinking, like, if I don't have grandparents, but if I had grandparents that were in their 80s,
right.
would you leave your infant child with them?
Listen, he's super sharp. He certainly has the mental faculties to do it, but still, he's 83.
Physically, think about it. Think of like a 1-year-old running around. Like,
right.
Think
about Al Pacino running around.
Kathy, and what I've read, there's nothing about supervised visitation.
Yeah, right.
Can I have a cookie?
Yeah. So.
Can I have a cookie, Mommy?
Go to this place.
Can I have a juice box?
This is a first as
Where's
well.
alfalfa?
Listen to this. The deal states that any permanent alteration to the child's body, including tattoos, need to be mutually agreed upon.
So they have to agree on what tattoos the baby gets. Yeah.
What? He's going to be dead by then.
I want a Preston and Steve tattoo. Really big one, a monkey between his nipples.
I mean, hold on. Let's back up for a second. Let's think about this. Say the kid gets a tattoo. Let's call it 16 years old, where you need parents' approval.
Yeah.
He probably won't be here.
He won't be around.
I'm sure he won't be around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's written in the agreement.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
But it's in there. So here are the amounts.
You better think again.
All right. So Al must pay his girlfriend monthly child support for Roman the sum of $30,000 per month.
Which is actually, it is not that heavy. I mean, they're far bigger hits for celebrities are paying for child support.
I would sleep with Al Pacino.
We're not done there yet.
Okay.
No, I don't think I will.
In addition to the base monthly child support, Al Pacino is obligated to pay an additional 6% of his annual gross income,
Which is formidable.
over $2.5 million per calendar year. That's better than the 30 grand.
Yeah.
Wait, to her, who he's not even married to.
Right.
All for the child, supposedly.
Commencing with the
It's
calendar
non-negotiable.
in 2023.
So stop and think about this. So you may not be seeing Al Pacino movies rolling out every week, but look at the body of his work and think about the amount of revenue he gets off his existing work.
And if he does happen to make a big movie, he will pay substantially more that particular year. He must maintain and pay for the existing health insurance coverage for Roman that is available to him through his employment. The documents also state that Al shall pay 100% of Roman's mutually agreed upon extracurricular activities and lessons pursuant to the parties' prior written consent. Plus, he must pay $26,000 for a night nurse for their son.
Night nurse.
A night nurse, 26.
We can share it.
Yeah.
She got a good lawyer.
And then he's got to pay $20,000 toward attorney fees.
Jesus.
Man, to be blunt, I hope that nut was worth it.
Yeah.
Because
Well, listen, this is her MO. She's done this before. Well, listen, I don't know. I can't say she's done this. As if not in each case, she fell madly in love with Al Pacino, but she's been with older men.
All older men.
This woman.
This is her thing.
okay. Regarding the visitation rights.
And why?
For Roman, Al and Nor shall continue to cooperate in good faith concerning Pacino's visitation with and access to Roman to ensure that he has frequent and continuing contact with Roman.
Think about, again, as you say, that this nut was worth it. He's in his early 80s. And now he's dealing with all this crap.
Listen, you guys
This is supposed to be the hang out with Guy Fieri time.
You guys keep talking about him. I feel bad for her. She's the one that had to sleep with him.
Yes, that had to be unpleasant, but I'm going to be cynical and say there was a method to that plan.
She probably closed her eyes and.
Are you getting turned on?
Yeah.
You like it?
Kathy, it's like getting blood drawn. You shut your eyes, you turn your head.
And then it's over.
Have you
and
done this
it's over
before?
before you know it.
Wait, I need to find a vein.
And now you have $30,000 a month plus $2.5 million.
Yeah.
I'm not finished.
Yeah, I'd say that's worth it.
I just finished.
Just like having blood taken.
I'm not finished.
I just finished.
She thinks it's done, and all of a sudden he yells at her.
I'm not finished.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you are.
I think I'm done.
You better think again.
To be honest, I didn't even make it across the bedroom.
Oh, my God.
What the hell is that?
Oh, that's my penis. Haven't seen it in a while.
It's been a long
Yeah, I
time.
thought it was a button.
I want to talk to her. Can we get her on?
Yeah, let's get her on.
I mean, she's fairly active on Instagram.
Okay, let's message. Let's all message her and see if maybe she'll come on the show.
Maybe she'll come out with Pacino.
And what are you doing?
I'm on the extension upstairs.
All right. Let's see. What did you mention? Oh, yeah, you mentioned Guy Fieri.
That's right.
During a recent
By the way, they
appearance.
actually are friends, Guy Fieri and Al Pacino.
On Watch What Happens Live, Kristen Stewart gave fans an update on whether or not Guy Fieri would be officiating her wedding to Dylan Meyer. The Twilight star told host Andy Cohen that because she's bad at planning stuff, she and Meyer will probably just marry each other and then call Guy and say, hey, you were here in spirit, babe. This comes after she had revealed in 2021 that she and Meyer were considering having the Food Network star officiate after learning that he has officiated a lot of gay weddings. She said, so the idea of that man, that sweet, sweet, spiky-headed man, coming to our wedding and officiating it, it just makes me laugh so much. But she says she's too lazy and is not going to organize
She should do it. You know, and it is, if you follow, so I follow Stallone on Instagram, and there's tons of footage of him with Guy Fieri and Pacino. Mm-hmm. Like they all hang out together. That just to hang out in that collective must be a blast.
We'll throw Kristen Stewart in the mix, and I'm on board.
Yeah.
So according to Us Weekly, things are getting serious between Leonardo DiCaprio and model Vittoria Soretti.
How old is she?
I don't know.
She's like 25.
Oh, that's the age.
Yeah, that is the age.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's the cutoff.
Look her up if you would. Nick.
What's her name again?
Vittoria, Vittoria Soretti, spelled with a C.
Leo, wear a condom.
A source told the outlet that the actor is completely smitten and that it's going so well that Leo's actually being exclusive. Oh, my God, it's that good that he's being exclusive.
I want you to know I've reduced the amount of women I'm banging by 30%.
So, she's 25, and today
it'll be
is
a good year.
November 3rd. Guys, what is the statute of limitations on how long this one lasts?
So are we in the? So when is her birthday? Because the question is, when does she turn 26? Because that's when it will end.
I'll see if I can find her birthday, but I'm guessing.
I'm saying a year and a half.
Oh, that long?
Yeah.
I was going to April.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vittoria is all he thinks about, according to this person. They've been linked since August, so they got a couple months on
Since August?
Yeah.
Wow.
June 7th. So I'm going to give it January.
All right. Steve, January.
All right. I'm saying a year and a half.
All right.
Oh, boy, that is
I think this is the long haul for him.
Yeah.
He's getting to that age.
He used the word smitten.
Yeah.
I think they're breaking up before Christmas.
Wow.
Of this year.
Yeah.
All right. Case?
I don't care.
Okay. Casey, do not
He's like, not
care. And I'm going to say, April.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let me see. This was kind of fun. Jacob Elordi, who is playing Elvis in the Priscilla movie, revealed during an Entertainment Weekly Around the Table series that he consumed, quote, a pound of bacon a day to prepare for his role as Elvis.
Yeah, that'll do it.
He said Priscilla told us that Elvis liked really burnt bacon.
I do too.
And director Sofia Coppola said, I averaged like a pound, he told her, I averaged like a pound of bacon a day. The Euphoria actor added, it's not that noticeable because I'm quite long, but I was the biggest that I've ever been.
That could be lethal eating, burnt bacon at that level. I'm sure he wasn't putting away a full pound.
That's what he said, though.
Yeah.
He said he had a pound of bacon a day. So,
Steve, do you like your bacon extra crispy?
I do like it crispy.
Yeah, so does Andrea.
Yeah.
And I like a little bit of like fat and sizzle.
Yeah,
in my
that I
bacon.
don't like. In fact, like when when we would have pork chops when I was a kid, my mother would like virtually incinerate them for me.
I like it
Anything
crispy.
pork.
I like bacon crispy, but not burned, not black,
Yeah,
which is the way Elvis liked. He liked it actually burnt.
That's how she likes it. Yeah,
Well.
and she sends it back if it doesn't come back out
Incinerated, man.
crispy.
All right.
Fried nanner sandwich.
Let's see. I'm going to throw this in the entertainment report. It's not necessarily an entertainer, but a movie that this person was portrayed in. Thomas K. Mattingly, key commander during the Apollo 16 mission to the moon.
Yes.
Was very much involved in the Apollo 13 mission. Just passed away. He was 87 years old. Yeah, Mattingly, known as Ken or TK, died on the 31st. A skilled pilot. He was played by Gary Sinise in Apollo 13. Skilled pilot, he was hailed for his accomplishments as the command module pilot for Apollo 16 mission. That did land on the moon in 1972, and they were able to collect samples of lunar highlands and achieve all of its major objectives. But he was also well known for being removed from the ill-fated Apollo 13 crew 72 hours before its scheduled launch. He was removed last minute after exposure to German measles. The backup command module pilot, Jack Swigert, who was played by Kevin Bacon, replaced Mattingly. And then on April 11, 1970, Apollo 13 blasted off. Almost 56 hours later, Number 2 oxygen tank exploded on Apollo 13. And of course, we know the famous Houston, we had a problem, which Jim Lovell famously called down to mission control. Mattingly played an important role in helping bring the crew back to Earth. He stayed behind and provided key real-time decisions to successfully bring home the wonderful spacecraft, the wounded spacecraft, I should say, and the crew of Apollo 13, although it's a wonderful
It is a wonderful spacecraft.
So he was born in Chicago, began his career with the Navy in 1958, became a pilot 2 years later. He was deployed on battleship USS Franklin D. Roosevelt, from which he flew planes for 2 years. In 1966, NASA chose him to be one of the 19 astronauts in that year's class, served as a member of the astronaut support crew for Apollo 8 and 11 missions, and then was instrumental in developing and testing of the Apollo spacesuits and backpacks. So he was
What a breed those guys were.
Big part of the American space program.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I thought I would add that to the entertainment news. And then one little bit for Kathy here. Yellowstone Season 5, Part 2 will premiere on the Paramount Network in November of 2024. So we're a year away from that. The upcoming season.
At least they're going to finish it.
The upcoming season will be the show's final installment.
You're pissed off that they're wrapping it up, right?
Because they didn't even put out a full season. It was a half. They did the where some of the shows split it in half, and you were expecting a little break. We didn't know it was going to be years until the second. I didn't realize that they. I mean, obviously, I did after we talked about the whole Kevin Costner thing, but that they didn't even film it. So.
It drives you crazy because I'm waiting on the 4th season of a show called Evil. And they haven't officially canceled it, and it is still listed as returning. And I'm like, come on!
I mean, I'm still mad about Brothers and Sisters.
Right.
They just ended that one out of nowhere.
That wounded you. That was a kill shot.
But they're doing something tricky on social media, and I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the network or if it's the creators of Yellowstone or whatever it is, but they're putting out there Yellowstone's back. I even thought that I saw all new, but what it is that it's just available on a different platform. You're thinking, oh, great, it's back.
Yeah.
We're going to get the second half of this season, and no, not yet.
Well, you're going to be satisfied though, because there's 2 new spin-offs with working titles 1944 and 2024 that are going to add to the Yellowstone universe,
which I love. And also, what about Case? Was it 1923? There's got to be a second season.
That's the Harrison Ford one, right?
Yes, they ended it very suspenseful. Oh, you didn't?
No. I only caught maybe the first episode. Well, I will go back to it.
That was great. I loved that one, but they ended it on a cliffhanger, and so I'm waiting
like that.
for when it's coming
back.
Does
it start in like another country though? Doesn't it, like the 1923 start in like France or some crap?
Well, there's one called 1883.
Well,
Maybe
I watched
that's
that.
it.
No, we watched that.
Yeah.
That was amazing. Case, you liked 1883. Watch 1923 because that was really good.
Okay.
Yeah, those are your favorite years.
Yeah.
And then they're going to do 1944 and 2024.
I'm all in.
There's speculation that Kevin Costner will appear in Yellowstone's final episodes, despite the recent dispute regarding his availability.
Wait, they're saying he will appear?
They're saying that there's speculation. Yeah.
All right.
Matthew McConaughey, though unconfirmed, is expected to headline 2024, that particular show.
Okay.
Joined by actors from the original series as well. So
they say Costner's being replaced by Rob Schneider. So that should be very cool.
It'll be seamless.
Yeah.
All right. Friday movies opening this weekend. Let's get to them. All right, we'll start with this. Priscilla is opening. It's a biopic. Stars Kaylee Spaney, Jacob Elordi, and Emily Mitchell. Well, when teenage Priscilla, Billy meets Elvis Presley at a party, the man who is already a meteoric rock and roll superstar becomes someone entirely unexpected in private moments. A thrilling crush, an ally in loneliness, a vulnerable best friend. Through Priscilla's eyes, we see the often unseen side of a great American myth in Elvis and Priscilla's long courtship and turbulent marriage from a German army base to his dream world estate at Graceland in this deeply felt and ravishingly detailed portrait of love, fantasy, and fame. It's an hour and 53 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a wide theater release today, and the Rotten Tomatoes score is 90%.
Oh, yeah. Pretty damn good.
Also opening is What Happens Later. It's a rom-com, stars Meg Ryan, David Duchovny, and Kristen Mann. Two ex-lovers, Bill and Willa, get snowed in at a regional airport overnight. Indefinitely delayed, Willa, a magical thinker, and Bill, a catastrophic one, find themselves just as attracted to and annoyed by one another as they did decades earlier. But as they unpack the riddle of their mutual past and compare their lives to the dreams they once shared, they begin to wonder if their reunion is more coincidence or mere coincidence or something more enchanted. Hour and 43 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes scores at 61%.
For a rom-com, that's fine.
Yep. And then finally, The Marsh King's Daughter. Daughters. It is a
king, and these are my daughters.
It is a crime drama, and it stars Daisy Ridley, Ben Mendelsohn, and Garrett Hedlund. A woman with a secret past, Helena, ventures into the wilderness that she left behind to confront the most dangerous man she's ever met, her father. Helena's seemingly ordinary life hides a dark and dangerous truth. Her estranged father is the infamous Marsh King, the man who kept her and her mother captive in the wilderness for years. When her father escapes from prison, Helena will need to confront her past. Knowing that he will hunt for her and her family, Helena must find the strength to face her demons and outmaneuver the man who taught her everything she knows about surviving in the wild.
From what I understand in this plot, Preston, she employs the assistance of the Sausage King.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Abe Froman?
Abe Froman,
Chicago.
yeah.
An hour and 48 minutes long. It is rated R, and it's in a wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score is at 44% for this one. All right, that's, we got clips. Clips! Yeah. All right, the new miniseries, All the Light We Cannot See, is a show based on Anthony Doerr's Pulitzer Prize-winning bestseller, where a blind French girl and a young German soldier's paths collide during World War II. And in this clip, director Sean Levy talks about what it was like filming the show.
We filmed in Budapest. It was a long shoot. It was 80-something days. I'm dealing with hundreds of extras and military sequences and war scenes and being on the other side of the world and 8 hours ahead of my family. So on the one hand, it felt daunting. But I will say that every day I had some sense of, oh, this is going to be worth it.
I'll be glad when it's over.
All the Light We Cannot See is out on Netflix now. And here is our next clip to play For All Mankind is a show that explores possibilities that might exist if the global space race had continued and where humanity would be now. And in this clip, showrunner Ben Nadivi talks about ideas that they played with in the upcoming season. Here we go.
What was most exciting to us to delve into in season 4 in a way that we had not yet in the previous seasons is this idea of who gets to go to space. Because in the first 3 seasons and in our real timeline, really, almost everyone that has gone to space has been a pilot or a scientist, an engineer, people that have trained their whole lives for that purpose.
Shut the up!
For All Mankind, season 4 comes out next Friday. And that's on Apple TV Plus if you want to check that out. All right, there you go. Your entertainment report for this morning. All right, so it's a Friday. We got Friday things to do. We'll get to the Connoisseur at some point this morning.
Look at that horizon out there, Preston.
I know, it's looking like a beautiful sunrise.
Yeah.
It's going to go up to about 60 degrees or so today. But we also have Ted Alexandro, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club, stopping by this morning. So we'll talk to him in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to take a quick break, come back in just a second, and continue our journey to the weekend together. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Yeah.
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No.
Excuse me?
Was it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck,
Yeah.
and I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No case, my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's just hanging out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
your boob
is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose ass shirt.
That is a loose ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're.
I just got.
Your boobs are hanging out. Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But
They
they look like
expensive, though.
the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No,
It's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve? Let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
Oh, my
yeah.
God. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The
Oh
automatic.
my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, guy.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it,
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
often,
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desired for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That we
end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Kath? Or?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
it
after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
Clear history and
there might be
Erase the history.
what's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just
Why is Rambo here?
Just let him be
Okay,
here.
all right.
Let him be here. That's
not
Cobra.
Rambo, that's
That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh my God! All right,
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems so that this time around it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh
Hey,
my
man.
God. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
Yeah, he's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a
and
second.
I love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all.
Yeah,
and
he's
is
just going about his
continuing to
business.
work.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Part is that I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
So, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey doesn't mind dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the
No,
radio?
we had nothing to do with miming. I was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that. We didn't get a picture of it.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so
He's miming on the radio.
would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
Casey started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey mooned us again. He looked at him and he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass. So the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Hey, guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. Had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would.
We might do the junk drawer here. I'm not sure though, because first there's something that Casey wanted to. Well, it's an observation he made the other day, and it was something he said might be worth talking about or bringing up to us. So I want to see where that goes first.
It was startling, right? You were startled by something?
Yeah, I mean, just to remind myself that I wanted to talk about this, I wrote a note for myself, and my note is horrifying mirror experience.
Okay.
Okay.
Horrifying mirror experience.
Now, I don't know if I suffer from any sort of like body dysmorphia. I'm sure there's a little bit of stuff going on there. But regardless, every morning when I wake up from my slumber, I I take off all my clothes and I go into the bathroom and I brush my teeth. And I stand on the scale.
Yep.
And I weigh myself because, no. First I pee.
Right.
Then I start to brush my teeth.
out,
And as I'm brushing my teeth, I weigh myself because that is the least I'm going to weigh all day long.
Right.
Okay. So then I finish brushing my teeth naked in front of the mirror, which is, I know, Kathy, is a horrible, horrifying sight. But anyway, I do it.
Why me?
And what's that?
Why me?
Because you're the most repulsed by me.
He was cutting you off in the past before you said gross.
Yeah. You are easily the most repulsed by my existence.
That's not true. That is not true.
All right. So
you're brushing your teeth.
I'm brushing my teeth, and I'm just kind of looking at myself and gagging, and then I just I rinse my mouth out, and I turn and I start walking away, and the mirror is long, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And I just kind of glance over, and I saw a shadow, and I was like, "What the hell is that shadow?" Now, you guys are well aware of the patch of hair that I have on my lower back.
We know almost every inch of your body.
We do, yes.
After all
Now,
these years.
I have always been a fairly hairless guy. I didn't have a lot of hair on my legs, my arms, my armpits.
You were late in puberty to getting hair.
I was a late bloomer.
Yep.
I was hoping that at some point it would sprout up and I would look like a manly man, and I don't. The only place I look like a manly man is this patch of hair on my back.
And it's right above his butt crack.
And it's right above my butt crack, guys.
It is sort of an anomalous patch.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Guys, It has gotten thicker.
Has it?
Wait a minute.
And yes.
Did it cast its own shadow?
Dude, it casted its own shadow.
On the wall?
I have
my
no.
God.
It's just on my back. I have never, ever, ever wrestled with the notion or the idea of either shaving it or waxing it or having it lasered. And guys, you might if you aren't repulsed by much, you can tune into YouTube right now because I'm going to reveal to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I even said to my wife yesterday a couple of different things, but then I said, that hair on my back, and she grabbed it and she goes, "Oh!" Even her reaction was like, "What the?"
She could literally grab it like a horse's mane,
Like a fistful.
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Well, let's see.
Now listen.
And Marissa's got the camera in here, too. She's going to
YouTube, the YouTube message board is usually pretty nice.
It's very positive.
Be nice, guys.
Be
all right?
nice.
All right, listen,
Yeah.
I know I got love handles. I've been working on it.
Well, you
And
don't
the
have to
hair, I don't.
just lift up the back.
Let me see it
You don't,
first.
you don't have to get naked for us.
Wow. Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's gotten darker. It's gotten thicker.
It's filled in.
Oh, yeah. It's filled in.
You're all gross up.
Listen, what I would do is I'd put you
Wait,
could
so
start
that
you
you-
could start putting product in that.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can start you can start styling your back hair. Wait, you
Let's get some forming cream.
Yeah.
think that makes you manly?
No.
That makes you Sasquatch.
Yeah, it's the only man. Like, I can't grow a full beard.
Yeah,
like,
your
you know,
beard's-
No, I know. I'm
Your
just
beard's
asking.
fine.
I'm just asking because do you not want to get rid of it because it's like the manly thing on you? Is that what you're saying? Or
No.
no?
That's not
No,
manly.
because I don't see it.
All right, so let's go get laser hair removal together.
Okay. Are you
That'd be so
would
cool.
you do it?
What
On
do you
your
mean?
lower back?
I don't have hair on my back.
No,
I don't have
Kathy
hair
has a
left.
large piece of hair, cable-like hair. Is that still in your back?
No, it fell out years ago and it never came back.
Kathy had like a ventriloquist string on
It
her
was
back.
like it was like a very thin, like blonde hair. I don't know where it came from. There's not blonde hair on me anywhere.
But
It
you
was
will
not-
admit that when you pulled on it,
Right.
your mouth opened. Yeah.
No, you made that up.
But
okay, so I have to go. I go yearly for a touch up, so you could come during my touch up
How
session.
long will this take?
Oh, you would have to go probably you'd have to go maybe like
Multiple.
4 to 6 times. Yeah,
Is this?
That'd be worth
It's
it.
not permanent, right?
with the hair removal.
Right.
Well, as you age,
Your lower back patch fills in.
No, new hairs will grow. So yes, if
Oh,
you have
all
like
right.
new hairs that are growing, it's not going to stop them from growing, but it will eliminate what you have now.
I mean, it's strictly a vanity thing. It's because my torso rarely sees the light of day. You know?
Can I see it again?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. All right, and it's very
It's a patch.
it's very vaginal.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
it's very triangular.
You have a back muff.
Yeah. The back
A
muff.
BM. You have a back
Casey's
muff.
back muff.
Somebody on YouTube suggested that you shave it into a heart, which I think is a great idea.
That would be
do that
adorable.
first. You do that first.
Honestly, there is enough there to shape it. You could do that.
Yeah.
We could shape it and then we could get rid of it forever.
It was so funny because you know how like sometimes when the light hits it, makes it look like a little bit weird, because I'm thinning up top on my,
Are you?
but it's not as bad
On the
as,
crown.
but sometimes when the light hits it wrong or whatever, I'm like, oh my God, I have a full on ball, but I don't. It's just thinning a little bit.
You're fine.
Take
That
the back
one-
hair and put it on your head.
That's right.
But that one, when
I took my back muff and I wear it as a yarmulke.
when I saw it, I was like, oh, it's just a shadow. And then when I turned to see, like, more of like a head on, I was like, oh my God, it's not a shadow.
Let me ask all of you. Let me ask all of you this question. All right. So to what Casey just described.
Yeah.
When you're in front of the mirror, when you're out of the shower or whatever, I'm going to look at me this way.
Oh, yeah.
But I will avert my head when like him. He made the critical mistake of looking as you looked when you should not be looking.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not meant to see some things.
And lighting means everything. I'm
Lighting. So you want to look. You want to see how bad you can look. Our lighting in our bathroom here.
Oh, yeah.
Will make you look
Wait.
like Phantom of the Opera.
So what's your question? I don't understand.
do you purposefully not?
Is there a certain angle that you don't
Look away
avoid?
until you're positioned correctly in front of the mirror, right?
Anything remotely sideways.
Sideways is a problem.
Yeah, I
It
look
is a
best.
problem.
I look best straight on.
Right.
And
Or-
yeah.
Or
And by the way, I need to point out this morning, sideways looks real bad on you. You got bad bedhead.
Oh yeah,
it's sticking straight. Turn sideways. Look at that. I just noticed it when you turned.
And no wonder why he didn't know.
You know what you look like? You look like Kennedy in the limo.
In the frozen shot of the Zapruder film. The Zapruder film.
Wait, Kath, ready? All right. This is nice, right?
Yeah. That's bad. Dude.
You look like President Kennedy in the limo.
He didn't even know either. When you were telling him, I could tell by his face he had no idea.
No clue.
It's because you didn't look in the mirror.
No,
when
I put my hoodie on when I left the house. When I got here.
What about when you go to like a hotel or a mirror or a different mirror array that you're not used to, and you're like, oh my God!
Yes.
The best though are the trifold mirrors when you're trying something on.
Holy hell!
And you get that side view.
Yeah.
At the same time, you're like, this is not good.
You know what really sucks is that occasionally you'll do that, right, and you feel terrible about yourself. And then I've been in that situation, like at a suit store or whatever, and somebody good looking will step up into the same mirror. And they look good in the mirrors. And I realize,
how are you doing that?
Right.
You know it's a good mirror? Actually, Kathy, I think it's you that brought the mirror into our office.
The long mirror. Yeah.
I didn't. I don't know where that came from, but I hung it there, and I don't want
That's
to
a good
move
mirror.
because I like having it there.
I want that company. I want to buy one of those mirrors.
For some reason, the lighting in the mirrors at the gym are amazing.
Good.
Well, they're meant to.
Yeah.
They're meant to highlight what's going on.
I have walked down the hall and I'm like, hey, hang on a second.
Oh yeah, if you have good downward lighting, it creates shadows underneath, like your pecs and if you have abdominal muscles, and it just makes it accentuate.
It's done on purpose. Yeah.
By the way, and I on the opposite side of things though, in the mirror, and I know this is going to go right to a Silence of the Lambs. The line, because I have sat there and looked at myself in the mirror and gone, I'm not bad looking.
I'd
have me so hard.
Oh, God.
But I'll have those. I'm like, look at you. You're,
Tell me, Preston,
dude.
would you still F yourself?
Look at that. Cross my legs. I'm on the radio. I'm a big DJ. I'm hot.
Just gonna dance here for a little bit.
And then a photo shows up.
Oh, and then it's like then reality sets in, and you're like, or you see someone who's actually attractive.
Listen,
and you're like, dude, you're so delusional.
Preston, there was one photo taken 18 years ago.
Yeah, this one looks good.
That is the photo.
Yeah.
That is it. I don't know what happened, but that will forever be the photo.
Yeah.
I wish I could make that my license. I swear to God, my passport photos, it's horrendous. You would think you were looking at a still from Saw.
I've been waiting to try and post. There's a photo on Instagram I've been waiting to post. Now I've showed it to you guys. It's me in my metal days of trying to look sexy. But I can't figure out the right caption for it yet. Maybe I'll leave it up to the internet to create the caption for me, because I need to post that one. But I thought I looked great at the time when that picture was taken.
Do you know what you should do?
Awesome.
Can we put the picture up like on a chat GTP and let them caption it?
I'm saving it for my own account.
All right.
I want to do it at the right moment.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to unveil it.
And then
like
we
Da Vinci.
we can simultaneously release it.
All right.
Maybe.
But the question really is what do I actually look like? When you have a series of photos and you're like, this is the one that I like, this is the one I feel, but like, what do I actually look like?
Well, there's the classic meme of what you thought you looked like in the 80s, and it's a picture of Rob Lowe, and then it's what you really look like, and it's Booger.
Well, when people post their avatar, their photo that they want to be their main photo for social media accounts, you can never, ever, ever, especially if it's dating stuff, you can never, ever count on that person looking like that when you meet them in real life.
No.
Which is like my Instagram picture. I think it's a pretty average photo of me. I did that on purpose. I didn't want to go, this is a great picture.
So when people meet you, right? So they go, oh my God, you're much. That's the thing to do. Take the post the worst pictures of you so that you can only help but look better in person.
Well, yeah, like I will look in my mirror before I head out and see what I look like. No, but I'm like, okay, this works. Like, I'm okay. I'm confident leaving like this. And then a picture will be taken, and I'm like, it didn't look like that in the mirror. I don't have a trick mirror. Like, like, why do I look like that in the picture?
Do you ever dance to sort of bizarre music in front of the mirror while you cross your legs, Kathy, at home? With
Succulents. Full and hearty.
Yeah, but well, let's take care of that patch. I think you and Kathy getting laser hair removal.
Okay.
I think that's the way.
Could
to go.
that be done here?
No.
Oh, hold on. Marissa has errant hair too. She's raising her hand.
Oh, I mean, it's so sweet that Kathy's over here like, I don't have any hair, and I'm the opposite Italian. And they just,
Well, no, I don't have any hair because I got laser hair removal.
I'm jealous. Yeah. I'm
Marissa-
in that next swing where, like, you know, your body changes every few years,
Marissa-
and you're like, oh, surprise.
There's more hair.
There's one.
What do you have?
Do you have fuzzy forearms?
Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Like gorilla.
Really?
My entire
can you
life. Oh my God.
Let me
yeah.
see. I've never noticed
you
that.
never
I think you're.
noticed
Steve, I take care of it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember a girl.
Take care of it.
And I remember like a girl that everyone had a crush on in high school, but Michelle Martakis was her name, but she had like man hair on her arms, and then suddenly it disappeared. So what do you do? What do you
In
do?
2023, let's just call it hair.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but I mean, I'm confident enough now that I can say I have, since probably like 4th grade, had hair in my arms.
Huh.
Oh.
Oh yeah. I mean, imagine a little 4th grader.
I bet you.
That's
I bet
okay.
you.
All right, Casey. Only because you showed your love handles, so I let that one go.
I bet she perceives it as worse than it is because it's always what you do.
Well, I mean, I have never noticed it, but that's probably because you take care of it.
I've been shaving it since forever.
Really?
You shave it?
Shave your arms?
Yeah.
You need to get the hair removal.
You have to sit there for so long. No, I do.
It's not long.
I got it on my underarms and my bikini line, and it was life changing getting it on my bikini line. Like it just, I mean,
All
there's
right.
probably a year where I didn't put on a bathing suit.
Well, then, so you deal with this the long hours for a couple of sessions, and then you're good for a while.
By the way, it's not long hours. It's like 15
well,
minutes.
all right, not long hours, but it's worth the time, right?
It is worth the time, and I'm telling you, the place that I go to, you guys know me. I'm a huge baby. It doesn't hurt.
All right.
That would be the key for you.
Do I have to keep it long?
No.
So I have to shave it first, and then they.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. I want to go to Sean because he's got an offer here. Hey, Sean. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, bud?
I'm listening to everybody talking about these patches of hair that they don't like.
Okay.
Get in the car and come on down with Kathy's in my office. I'll take care of all of you.
Sean from
He's an optometrist.
Refresh in Newtown.
Yes, correct. This is Sean with Refresh Integrative Medicine and Aesthetics.
Is that where you go?
Sean, yes, Sean is the owner of where I go. He owns the machine. That Sean, that machine is like you can't. That not everybody has that, right?
No, I got people come down from New York City for that machine.
Oh wow!
And what does this machine do, Sean? That and Kathy's saying, and when Kathy says it's pain free, I can believe it's pain free. So what does it do?
So what it does is you shave the hair that's on your back, so you'll get rid of the patch right away. And then once it's shaved, you're going to come in. I'm going to heat that hair up so hot that it's actually going to cauterize the blood supply to that hair, killing the hair follicle, and it's never going to go back again. Never
going to go back again. And Kathy, has that been your experience?
Yes. I mean, it's amazing. But Sean, you do, like, I'll go in once a year now and I get a touch up on whatever I've had, but I really don't have, it's maybe like a hair or two.
Huh. So could you do something for Marissa Chewbacca?
Absolutely.
I think I will guarantee you. How often, Sean, do you see people come in who are swearing that they're just have these profound problems, and you're obviously helping them, but don't people I'm sure Marissa is, or anybody, like I joke about Kathy's the cable that was coming out of her back, but it's not. Everyone tends to think it's worse than it actually is. Correct?
I don't know. I'm going to say some I've seen pretty bad ones.
I just always find that people you tend to, because you'll say, is this really bad? Like Casey, it's a patch, clearly. But
it is a patch.
Does it, well, do you want it gone permanently?
Yeah.
All right.
I do.
Yeah, if that's the thing. If you want it gone, it's simple. Case, I'll take you to Bucks County with me.
Well, then you got to do something in Delco.
We can go. We can get laser hair remoul. We'll have lunch. He's in like a nice little part of Newtown. We can go to State Street, have lunch.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Lunch at the office.
He'll bring in lunch at the office.
By the way, I got a text from Chuck. He said that my body hair would destroy that machine. Chuck's got a sweater.
Yeah.
He's got a permanent sweater.
Everyone I've always...
Everybody waxed Chuck tonight.
Yeah. We did that.
Sean, tell them how brave I am and how good I am with pain and stuff.
Well, yeah, I don't know if we want to go there.
She's such a wuss.
All right.
I will say, I will say, she's been talking about Botox for the longest time, and I've been saying that she, we should strap her down and just do it.
She's never going to do it. I guarantee you, she will never do it. She's told us so many stories of going in, and, hey, today's the day, and she's running out to the parking lot.
Sean's one of the multiple places that I made an appointment, went in, sat down in the chair. The nurse was there, ready to do it, had the syringes, and I was like, I'm so sorry I took up this appointment, but I can't do it. I'm not doing it.
And what's the name of the business again, Sean?
Refresh Integrative Medicine and Aesthetics right in Newtown, PA.
All right.
Okay.
Kathy Romano
All right,
approved.
Sean. We'll get an appointment with you and Kathy and Casey together, okay?
You guys can all come and watch it.
All right,
thanks, Sean.
Don't I get to choose that?
No. We can make it an event, and you can win tickets on air.
By the way, I have Marissa grab this clip about hairy arms. I haven't heard this in ages. Let me see how this is.
She had a lot of hair on her arms. I like it. A lot means a big bush. I like a big bush.
What is that?
Oh, my God. What is that?
Hold on.
Is that from Good?
She had a lot of hair on her arms. I like it. A lot means a big bush. I like a big bush.
Oh my God.
It's from the opening sequence in Sling Blade.
Oh, my God.
The very, very, very beginning of the movie. So anyway, yes, that your observation is correct. That patch of hair on your back has gotten thicker.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah, it was crazy because I showed my wife yesterday, and then she grabbed it and she literally picked me up by it and walked out like I was like a piece of luggage. That's how
Like a
hairy it was.
handle.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's strong.
All right.
She's
okay.
strong.
Let's see if we can get that taken care of. I don't think that's unreasonable. I could see that being something that would bother you, even though you never see it, and you're like, oh man.
Would you do your
Anytime
arms
wear
with
a
that?
bathing suit? Marissa, would you get your arms done?
Yeah, I absolutely would. Like I said,
Okay. Permanently?
I got hair removal, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago or something like that. I would totally go again.
All right.
10 years, man. 10.
Hair on her arms.
She had a lot of hair on her arms. I like it. A lot means a big bush.
I can't believe that we have that exists and we have it.
You do.
I asked for it. You ask and you receive. All right. Anyway, well, that was an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing. But we should go ahead and take a break.
Take a break? All right.
What do you think? Or
Yeah, we can take a break.
we could do a junk drawer story or two.
Do you
want
to do one? Hey,
you know what? Yeah. I usually save it for Friday. So
let's play the song.
Getting things out of a junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
all right. I think. Oh wait. Let me dig in the junk drawer.
Theater of the mind.
And find something. And I wanted to mention this. So as the temperatures are dropping and you're turning your heat on, don't ignore your ceiling fans. You can use them to your advantage through the winter to warm your space and save on energy as long as they're spinning in the correct direction.
I didn't know this until like a year ago.
No, just go on with this. I have a thing.
She's got a thing.
I got a thing.
Okay.
He's got a thing.
Ceiling fans should
She's been
run.
a lot more irascible since that cable fell out of her back.
Stop it.
Ceiling fans should run in counterclockwise direction in warm weather. This pushes cool air downward and makes your space feel cooler. Note that the fan is not actually chilling the air. It is simply circulating it, creating a breeze. The higher the speed, the breezier it feels. Now, it may seem counterintuitive, but ceiling fans can actually warm your space in the winter when it's cold, running your fan clockwise to pull cool air upward, pushing the warm air down. Keeping the fan at a low speed will minimize the breezy feeling while maximizing the airflow effect.
So I would not be benefiting from this because I like that breeze, the cooler, all year round.
Well,
so,
Steve,
yeah.
don't worry because it's freezing either way. My brother and sister-in-law do this all the time. They've got a fireplace in their living room, and in the wintertime, they change the direction of the fan. They put the fireplace on, and then they put the fan on in hopes of what you're explaining. And we're looking at a diagram, which sort of makes sense, except it's a bunch of crap because I freeze every time I go over there, and I've got to make sure that I've got an extra jacket or a sweatshirt every time I go over there in the wintertime because it's cold in their living room when they put the damn fan on.
So your contention is it does not, in fact, circulate the warm air, and it actually still makes you cool.
It's still a breeze.
It's still a breeze.
It's still a breeze. It's not like it's a. I don't feel like it's a warm breeze. It makes me cold. I'm forever turning their fan off and then sitting in the living. It's nice when the fireplace is on in the living room, but the second they turn that fan on, it's cold. It's a breeze.
So when it's warmer, though, it should be drawing the air upward. And not causing much of a breeze. I mean, the air does circulate.
No, so it's supposed to, the fan is supposed to, so the hot air is rising and then the fan is capturing it and then supposed to push it down to you, except it's still pushing down a cold breeze for me.
So you go into their house and turn off their fan?
Nick, I also blow out their candles. Yes. Current.
And
yes,
also
correct.
it goes through their checkbook.
So using your ceiling fans correctly could result in lower heating and cooling bills. The U.S. Department of Energy estimates 30% savings in the summer and up to 15% in the winter with no change in your comfort.
You have ceiling fans, do you not?
Yeah, but we don't put them on unless we want to feel cooled off. I mean, I never really.
You never do it for the heat circulation.
Now,
but you're like me. You gotta have a fan on.
I sleep with it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I sleep with the ceiling fan on low just to keep a little breeze going. Yeah.
Wait, but that's not the sound, right? Do you also sleep with a box fan?
No, I don't use a box fan. I use my phone.
Oh, a phone. Okay.
I've got a noisemaker thingy.
Steve, we have a room off of our living room that has the ceiling fan, and the ceiling in that room is a little bit higher, and so I like having that ceiling fan on because it helps with like air circulation around the house, and it moves warm air from one room to the other. Like it makes the rooms a little more even temperatured.
So we have so it's an 1880 house. We have those old style radiators. The big metallic ones. They're awesome.
They're great for conducting heat. They're really efficient, believe it or not.
So and so ultimately, we have a ceiling fan on, and the same thing, Nick, removed, and I like to feel that the air is circulating.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That I'm alive.
So if you're not sure which way your fan is currently spinning, set it to the lowest speed, stand beneath it, and look up. Blades that spin right to left are going counterclockwise, and you'll probably be able to feel the cooler air. Blades spinning left to right are moving clockwise, the correct direction for winter.
And you'll also feel cold air.
Yeah.
By the way, you also have to place the blades when the fan has to be placed properly. You can place them in different ways.
Oh, you mean the way the fan blades are angled?
Fan blades, yes.
I wonder if maybe that's their issue.
Could be.
Maybe I don't know. It upside down.
That would have to do with the actual the bracket that holds the fan blades on there. So I think they're pretty standard, but I'm not really sure.
We have this Preston, this text that came in. We have these symbols on the remote. So there's a snowflake symbol on the remote to turn the fan on because the ceiling fan's so up so high. And the snowflake symbol means you're circulating cool air. And then there's a sun symbol, and that means you're circulating, in theory, Kathy, warmer air.
But Kathy is here to say that is not the case. And that you do.
And this is what they say.
Do you often accept their invitations, or do you let them know ahead of time they better make accommodations?
No, listen. I've told them. Yeah. I've said this is a bunch of.
You people are animals.
And I brought this up because they recommend that a good time to change it is daylight savings time.
Okay. And also your smoke detector.
Yep, you should change the batteries. I'm gonna do one more.
All right,
I'm gonna do one more. If that's all right. All right, a team of plumbers has baffled the internet after claiming most people are using their garbage disposals wrong.
Oh, okay.
Plumbers at Prime Plumbing in Baltimore, Maryland went viral on TikTok after asking several employees to name one thing you should never put down your garbage disposal, and some of the answers might surprise you. And I found this out a couple of years ago. We had a clogged drain, so we had Horizon Services come by, and the guy, we had a clog, and he said, a lot of this is coming from your garbage disposal. And he said, a lot of people think that everything flushes right through there. He said, it's not true. And then he gave me a list of things to never put in there.
What is it?
Well, I'll tell you what he told me. He's like, never put eggshells in there.
Never, which seems
I was
to
totally
me like
surprised.
obvious that you could put down there.
But he said the membrane inside of the shell is like a net.
And gets stuck.
And it gets stuck in there.
What about screwdrivers?
He said don't ever, probably not screwdrivers. But that was one of the things he said. In fact, he said avoid putting food down there at all costs unless you absolutely have to, because throw it in the trash can.
Does that not seem like what those things were invented for?
You're also specifically never supposed to put potatoes in there because they turn to glue.
Okay. So here's some of the answers. Out of the 6 plumbers who weighed in, half of them were against putting anything in the garbage disposal, including food.
We've never had a garbage disposal.
Really?
Never.
Oh, wow.
In all my life, I've never had a garbage disposal.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like putting ice down there.
So the others recommended steering clear of chicken bones, rice, eggshells, or anything starchy like potatoes.
Yeah.
Because it'll turn?
They
when
become
using the kitchen
potatoes.
device. They said the sole purpose of the garbage disposal is to shred food waste into pieces small enough to pass through the plumbing, which is why viewers were confused. Like people wrote, so why do we have a garbage disposal then?
I think for like whatever falls in there, like the extras, like you're not supposed to. I mean,
Your wedding ring.
Well, I know people who will like throw. Okay, so I know somebody who will throw a lemon in there. So they'll cut the lemon in half, squeeze it into, and then throw it down there, supposedly to make it smell nice. Or
Is
whatever.
that okay?
But it's like I don't know. It's that big giant lemon. Like I don't.
I'll do that every now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll chop up the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Those things are brutal, man. They shred stuff to pieces.
So brutal they can't handle an eggshell.
I hate it when popcorn kernels get down there. I don't put them down there on purpose.
They just rattle around in there forever.
Never gets cut
I
up.
have no problem sticking my hand down in there and pulling stuff out. I know it freaks some people out to stick their hand.
You'll turn it off.
I do turn it off when I do that.
No, but I will never stick my hand down in the garbage. It just scares me.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is how many stories I thought it was off.
Wait, remember when I had to put the garbage disposal on when the fish jumped down there?
Yes.
And Jace watched the whole thing?
I don't remember him watching it.
I was changing
Well, she made sure she recorded it with her phone.
No, I was changing the water in the tank, and he was little, and he was like sitting at the counter, and the thing literally just jumped out of the little cup that I had put it in, and it went right down. And I was like, goodbye, cruel world. I didn't know what to do. I freaked out, and I was like, oh, and I hit the switch.
You panicked and killed it.
Yes. Instead of sticking my hand down there and trying to get him,
I can finally kill this fish and make it look like an accident.
sliced him up. The poor thing. He was so pretty.
By the way, a text
Your
says...
turtle's dead.
By the way, a text says, as a 37-year master plumber, I can tell you the garbage disposals are the worst thing in the world.
The worst thing in the world.
I think they're being a little
Hitler was
dramatic.
pretty bad.
So the plumbers may have been overly cautious, but they weren't entirely wrong. The issue is not with the garbage disposal itself, but with the plumbing it's attached to. If you use it as a trash can, you might end up backing up your pipes. Fats, oils, grease, starchy foods, eggshells, shellfish, coffee grounds, and vegetable peels can all clog plumbing. Whereas fruit pits, vegetable scraps, corn cobs, cooked meat, small bones, leftovers, and ice were all given a stamp of approval.
I heard ice actually helps a little bit.
Like sharpen it?
I don't know if there's any legitimacy to it or not, but I think that there is, so I do it.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. So ice serves a purpose if you're ever looking to clean out a coffee carafe. You put the crushed ice.
Oh, yeah? And then
shake
run it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
okay.
shake the ice. Yeah.
It's kind of an abrasion on the inside of it. Okay, I could see that.
That seems fairly limited, Preston.
Kathy, I think you're right about that, though. So you're washing dishes, and even though you've gotten as much off into the trash can as you can, there is still some residual material that's left, and that stuff's going to get down in the drain. And if you don't use a disposal for that over time can clog up a regular, you know, unless, of course, you have a little...
I'm disenchanted.
A little
strainer.
sieve, a strainer that will catch that stuff.
I thought, do you guys have trash compactors?
No. My
When I was a
neighbors
kid, we
used
did.
to, yeah.
Growing up, that's what I mean.
Is that worth a damn?
We had the trash compactor. You know, I recently I was at the shore and we rented a house and it had a trash compactor, and then they also had trash cans next to the island, and there was not even a bag in the compactor. So I'm like, why do that if no one's using it?
Ours was noisy, man.
Yeah.
Yep, same. And we used to
And
just
why?
and wait,
I know.
as we got older, we just compacted it. Finally, my mom would be like, "Somebody take the
Take it
trash out."
Listen. The trash can is all about delaying how long before you take it out.
Yeah.
I know.
They should just put a ramrod next to the trash can in my house, just so people can push it down as far as they possibly can until Me is the one who ends up taking the initiative to take it out.
So we have a full, we have a big garbage can with the lid, that is a metallic, high volume, and then our recycle garbage can is huge because you're always emptying that friggin' thing.
Yeah. Hang on real quick. One call. It's all we have time for. I'm going to go to Austin. Hey, Austin. Good morning. What's up, Austin?
Not much. I just wanted to interject on the garbage disposal and how amazing they are.
Okay.
I remember going on a date with a young woman and went to her house for dinner, and she cooked some vegan chili. It was about as good as you could expect. I did not like it. I told her I did not like it, and she proceeded to get upset and pour the entire pot of chili down the garbage disposal and just completely shred all of that up. And I was like, is this thing not going to clog? Like, what is going on?
You were so impressed.
I was just impressed by how these things are. And
I don't want to date you again, but I want to get one of these. So did it cause any problem?
No, it didn't. I couldn't believe it. It all went down, and it was a very awkward silence. And I had to soon make my exit on that one.
Well, thank you, Austin.
Yeah,
it's over time that this stuff is going to build up. Yes, you could put a whole bunch in there, and it'll chop it up and send it through. But over time, there are things that are going to collect in there, and eventually, you're going to have a problem.
For throwing a hissy fit. That's probably good. The garbage disposal, right? You full presentation. You can turn on the machine.
Totally.
You don't want this?
Yeah. Fine. Yeah, it is good for presentation.
Yeah.
But anyhow, they recommend using it as minimally as possible. I've changed my tune on it since the Horizon dude's like, here, I'm going to give you the full scoop.
I'm not getting one then.
Yeah, so. All right, anyhow, that's it. Junk drawer. We're closing it up. Let's shut it down because we need to take a break and come back in a moment. Yeah.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
By the way, Kyle singing on that particular junk drawer jingle. His band, the FM band, are going to be playing food trucks and fireworks. Yay! A week from Monday at the event. So you can come out and catch Kyle live on stage as you're getting some grub and getting ready for the fireworks, which will start at 8 o'clock. You can go to WMMR.com/campout and get all the information. Camp Out After Dark. We announce all these great things. There's going to be a quizzo night. There's going to be the food trucks and fireworks. Obviously, there's a free T-shirt night that's coming up. We're doing a movie night. All kinds of stuff. A week from Monday it starts. We're going to take a break. We'll get to the B-File when we return. Stay with us. Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
this kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. That's why we talked about Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
Right? I think you look like the foreman. You know,
really?
You look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure it looks like a fireman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, get on in here.
All right, come on back in.
All right.
Bye-bye. Guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Binga!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger. Unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me. They can stimulate and tease me. They won't leave in the night. I've no fear that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
January of 83, and...
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush?
High and Dry. What the hell is the...
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was 87.
That was 87, okay.
Yeah.
Because
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool, he came with this boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me" because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational song?
That was his motivation.
Pour Some Sugar on Me?
It's like right out of a movie, right? Like, basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me," and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are you ready to do it today?
Right?
Oh
He
my
gets
God.
up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
What did he do?
he counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Wow. It was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you
Wherever
for that memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
if
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
Ralph.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you out back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming, man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who
can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
It's.
Oh.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? Extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called Fat Bloom. I'm going
Right.
to pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
Somebody's just make a dessert, go cut right to the chase and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jesus.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
Here is cream soda, gefilte fish. It's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
You have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders. Come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my.
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
You know?
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway.
We need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will. Oh, Gibson, I got you, Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Camp on this Friday morning. Into the weekend.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk, want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling, veteran and military, family owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. This first Bizarre File story could be the entire Bizarre File.
Are you kidding?
A tragedy of Shakespearean proportions appears to be brewing in North Dakota. A jealous girlfriend has been charged with poisoning her boyfriend to death with antifreeze as he went to collect a $30 million inheritance check. But the family claims that they were both scammed in this thing. Stephen Edward Riley Jr., 51 years old, fell ill as he went to the airport on September 3rd to collect the surprise multi-million-dollar payday. Police say his girlfriend, Ina Thea Connoisseur, had poisoned him, leading to his death 2 days later, a gruesome act that cops said was driven by financial motives. All right, now Riley, a construction worker, had big plans for the millions that he was about to receive, but apparently didn't want her to share in them and had planned to break up with her. But according to Ryan Riley, the victim's 21-year-old son, The couple had unwittingly fallen victim to an online scam, and there never was any money.
Blows my mind. That's incredible.
According to Ryan,
and so funny.
His dad had received an email from a person who claimed to be a lawyer from an unknown distant relative and organized to meet him at Minot Airport to sign off on the cash.
There's 1,000 questions.
Ryan said he wasn't suspicious before he went to the airport, but he was convinced that he had inherited the money and was going to receive it when the supposed lawyer landed. He said he planned on getting acres of land, giving me and some of my brothers a chunk, opening his own auto shop. But the supposed lawyer never showed up. It was a scam. It was a stranger who managed to trick my dad into believing that it was true.
Well, now I feel terrible.
Ryan added that Connoisseur, the woman, also believed Riley, a father of 5 adult sons, was going to receive the unexpected windfall, and it was her motive for allegedly killing him. Ryan said they weren't happy. My dad wanted to leave her for a while. She just never worked and was leeching off him. She was extremely lazy and never did anything. He said my dad was a very caring person and would go out of his way to help those around him. Ryan, who's in the military and based in Texas, said that he took emergency leave to rush to North Dakota when he learned that his dad was in the hospital and visited him following his home following his death. He said it was nasty conditions, dog waste almost everywhere, dirty clothes scattered all over the house, trash seemed to be endless, nothing there was clean. Connoisseur told investigators she was entitled to some of Riley's inheritance as his common law wife and planned to split the money, which she estimated to be about $30 million with his son. However, North Dakota does not recognize common law marriages, so her claim would have been dubious from the start.
So how are they going to split the money that doesn't exist?
Oh, there's no money, yes.
Yeah.
Riley became ill when he went to meet with the lawyer to collect the massive inheritance sum, witnesses told investigators. And Connoisseur didn't call 911 until the next day when paramedics arrived to find Riley unresponsive in his home. He died at the hospital the following day. Connoisseur told authorities Riley had suffered from heat stroke when he became ill, but an autopsy later found that his death was caused by poisoning from ethylene glycol, the main chemical used to make antifreeze.
It's the Sixth Sense.
Which police allege Connoisseur fed him. Investigators searching the couple's home located a Windex bottle containing what was suspected to be antifreeze. A beer bottle and plastic mug also suspected of containing antifreeze were located in the garage.
So he obviously didn't do any sort of real checking into the validity of this thing, and at least on the surface believed it. But what? That's unbelievable.
Connoisseur seemingly had an up-and-down relationship with Riley, who had previously written about her apparent disdain for him in a series of Facebook posts. Connoisseur is being held without bond, as you can imagine.
Have they been able to trace the people who
that tried to scam them? No.
Yeah.
The alleged killing is the latest in a string of domestic poisonings across the nation by scorned partners hoping to cash in on the victims' fortunes. But I'm sure, Steve, they're going to try and figure out who was that part of it as well.
Certainly connected.
Yeah. All right, a Utah man was infuriated and left in shambles after realizing that he drank urine instead of what he thought was a milkshake that he ordered from Grubhub earlier this week.
We learned earlier this week it could have been a lot worse.
Caleb Woods said that he decided to order fries and a milkshake from Chick-fil-A off of the Grubhub app, but knew that something was up when he took a sip from the beverage that he claims made him sick afterwards. He said, when I started eating my meal upon delivery, I put a straw in my cup that was delivered and I took a sip. I soon discovered that the cup delivered to me from the Grubhub driver was a warm cup of urine.
Piss boy.
Woods said he immediately called the driver back to his house and let him have it on the phone for basically poisoning him with a cup of piss. Footage from Woods' home security camera shows the moment the Grubhub driver returns to the home and comes face-to-face with him. He said, did you confuse the cups? Because, dude, it's a half-full cup of pee.
So perhaps there's a restaurant in town called Cup of Piss.
He said, do you realize that this is pee? As he holds up the styrofoam cup. Woods said the driver expressed to him what happened and told him that he had 2 styrofoam cups in the car, but confused his milkshake for the urine-filled cup.
How?
The driver also admitted that he clocks long hours and relieves himself in the car because he doesn't really take bathroom breaks.
By the way, the piss would be warm.
But the bizarre storyline gets even better. Woods said that he called Grubhub to get his money back, though he wasn't quite given the compensation he desired. He said, I think the order cost like $25. They refunded like $18 of the actual food cost.
Will you drink a cup of pee?
Yeah.
No.
Grubhub has since put out a statement. They said, we took immediate action with the driver and ended his contract with us. We're following up with the customer to apologize and are coaching the representative who was previously in touch. Well, no, the person who was in touch with the customer.
Okay.
On how to apologize to someone.
And by the way, don't eat that brownie.
All right, and then we'll do one more story and wrap it up. We'll end with this one. From an Alaskan jail cell, a mom is coming to grips with the fact her belief that the world was ending last weekend was wrong.
It's got to be a letdown.
Spring Thibodeau's alleged doomsday prophecy came to an end with her arrest on Friday.
It didn't happen.
Authorities located her brother Brooke Hale, her adult daughter, and her 16-year-old son who was listed as a missing person near the Alaska-Canada border. Spring and Brooke had felony warrants for their arrest for custodial interference out of Arizona. Her husband, Ben Thibodeau, was allowed to speak to the judge by phone. Ben had filed for divorce earlier this month and requested emergency full custody of their son Blaze last week after he disappeared. Ben had flown to Fairbanks to reunite with the teen. Ben actually asked for leniency for his wife's bond. He said, she's a very spiritual person. She just took it a little bit too far.
I'm stunned to hear that Alaska's attached to Canada, Preston.
Ben told the judge that he met with his wife at the jail prior to the court appearance, and he shed more light on the alleged doomsday beliefs his wife and brother-in-law. He said she assumed the end of the world was going to happen this weekend. Obviously, it's not. So they're all realizing that they've got to go back and reassess things that they've been reading. Spring and Brooke were taking Blaze to the wilderness to fulfill a role in the second coming of Christ. The Alaskan judge held a firm $500,000 bond for both defendants, saying that it presented a big concern. The judge reasoned that Spring had delusional beliefs about the end of the world, and whether they be spiritually based or organically based, she took extreme action to remove the child illegally from Arizona.
Well,
so they're going to be extradited.
There had been a number of people in the past who have predicted the end of the world, and that turned out to be right.
Right. Yeah. So why should she be any different? All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We will be back in a moment. We'll have stuff to give away. The Connoisseur. All the clips and all the stories is coming up when we return. So hang out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially premiere.
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The whore edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially.
What the hell was that?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was Nick. He was at the end of his rope with her, and then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that, and then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthor?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar, absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
"Oh, you're there."
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah.
So,
"Oh, you're there."
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
Oh. It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
Stop saying that.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It's something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go... That's what I'm talking about!
Yeah, bitches, man!
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Oh, my God. Snow!
Slayer!
Snow and Slayer!
Snower! Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Oh, just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this crappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker!
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
It was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine?
Wow.
What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside
Come
this
on,
establishment?
for Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Order up.
It's time for the Connoisseur.
Friday morning.
Yeah, bro.
It's a more relaxed announcer for the Connoisseur.
I
now.
like him. He's
a little more chill.
Yeah.
Well, no sad bro, you know.
No sad bro at all.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go through some stories that have to do with food and drink because listen, man, when prepping for our shows every day, every single day I come across food and drink related stories.
There were like 4 today. Let's face it, you eat and you poop.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
And you drink too.
And well, sometimes.
And we're going to start with this story. Eminem's infamous pasta shout out in Lose Yourselves opening with, of course, the lyrics, his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti.
Yeah.
Well, it is physically materialized past the borders of his hometown. While he had opened the Mom's Spaghetti restaurant in Detroit back in 2021, he is now whipped up 25-ounce jars of his Mom's Spaghetti pasta sauce, which is available for nationwide shipping.
Do you think some small or like a couple of restaurants based around his Mom's Spaghetti could get some traction, or does he not see the merit in that?
I think the name alone, Mom's Spaghetti, makes you go, I should go try that.
Mom's Spaghetti, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
I think so.
Listen, I'm willing to try the sauce. I'm willing to try any spaghetti sauce. I love a nice marinara. Do you guys have a go-to though with your
My wife
brand?
has a brand that it's a really good brand, and I forget what it is, but it for me is a perfect tomato sauce.
I like Newman's.
Okay.
I like Newman's own. There's a variety of pretty good ones.
Lorraine Newman's.
Yeah, we've been lately a Rouse, R-A-O.
Not familiar.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Marissa?
Ooh, Casey, that's good stuff.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. All I was gonna say was besides the restaurant, Steve, every time he plays a festival, he has a food truck set up.
Right.
Called Mom's Spaghetti. And like it's
Have you had?
a no-brainer. I did, and it was very much just like a like fire hall, like it was a tin of spaghetti covered in sauce.
Would you say
That was all.
what was it? What was the quality? Did you like it?
It was like a fire hall event.
So nothing dazzling. So maybe that's okay.
But the restaurant probably is better, and I'm sure the sauce is great.
All
But
right.
it was more of just like you walk by it and you're like, well, I have to get that. If I'm
Right.
out to see
It says
M&M.
Mom on it.
Right.
I can't believe Rouse is your sauce because I had a sponsor last week, and all week I think I pronounced it incorrectly.
Oh, I might be pronouncing it incorrectly as
all right,
well.
I don't
okay.
know because there was a recorded spot too, and I think it was
Rag 'em.
different than what I was
How do
saying.
you spell it?
R-A-O.
Rayo?
Wow.
Rayo? Row?
I don't know.
Kayak? I don't know.
Kayak, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
So the one thing I don't like jarred sauce.
Farts.
No, stop! Come on.
You don't like
Just
jarred
wanted
sauce.
To tell a quick story.
Okay. So when you're
Oh,
giving
thanks, guys.
when you're giving someone a bag of spaghetti, Kathy, what
So I don't-
sauce do you put on it?
I don't love any jarred sauce. Like I can tolerate some of it, but I'm not a big fan. And the reason is, believe it or not, my mother, who made bland chicken and potatoes my entire life, the only thing before my grandmother, my Italian grandmother, taught my mom before she passed away was how to make her own sauce.
Okay.
So my mom actually makes a great pasta sauce.
Well, then
that-
I need to try this.
that we love, and we've been eating it our entire life. So it's hard for me then to eat the jarred stuff.
Your mom's the Irish one,
My
right?
mom is the Irish.
Yeah, dad's Italian.
Dad's Italian. So my dad's mother she passed away very young.
Okay.
I think I was 4 when she passed away. So before she passed away, that was what she
Pass that on.
taught
Doesn't
me.
your dad make Janis Joplin's lasagna?
Right.
Yeah,
Correct,
yeah.
Mhm.
So well, listen. Yeah, I can understand that sometimes the Irish cuisine is not quite what you want it to be.
Has the recipe been handed to you?
Well, so I have forever been saying this, that I need to learn how to do it. My mom's like, it's so easy.
You need to learn it and know it by heart.
Yes, and that's what she
yeah,
does.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
Pinch
she
of
does.
this, pinch of that.
Yeah.
I know, and
Yep.
I really shouldn't wait any longer. I need to learn how to make
Yeah.
something
Do you know what you should do?
You got to make it weekly to get used to making
to
it.
get used to making it. I know.
Get it tattooed on that to that cable sticking out of your
Stop.
No,
It's just, you know what? It goes back to, and this is just lazy and dumb, and I know, but how time consuming it is. And that's what bothers me about it, is because I don't enjoy it. So now I'm taking up, a large portion of my day.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I have to learn how to make it. It's my grandmother's recipe. I don't cook anything. My mom really doesn't cook that much, but she can do that well.
It's the kind of thing you could make a number of jars of, right? You could do
yeah, sure.
So make a lot of them and then just hold on to it.
Yeah, that's it. My buddy's mom does that, and they and I've told you this before, but they basically have like a secret room in their closet, and it's just it's filled with mason jars of the sauce that she makes, and it's
James
delicious.
Mason jars. So I love that case. Like you would. You have to try that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you see somebody going to the great lengths to make a great marinara or gravy or whatever you call it, you got to try it.
And it's like an all-day thing that she'll do, and they'll have sauce for weeks and weeks and weeks. And by the way, it's pronounced Rayos. My buddy from Arena de Vita says.
Nick, you
legendary.
prefer Barilla?
Brilla's really good. Yeah, that's so if I'm buying jarred stuff. But Steve, my mom's a pretty good cook. And
I love her. The meatballs.
Yeah, and so the way that when she's doing it right, when she feels like Kathy, she has the time to do it. It'll be an all day thing. She'll start it. She'll use tomato paste, often raw ingredients that sometimes she gardens them, which is pretty impressive. And then Steve, she'll cook the meats, if it's a sausage or a meatball, with or without raisins,
in it
separately, and then she cooks them separately.
Her dad, your dad doesn't like the raisins.
My dad does not like raisins.
See, I know the whole
My brothers and I are okay with raisins, but she'll cook the sausage and the meatballs separately, and then put them in the sauce, Preston, and let them continue to cook in the sauce. And it's just the freaking best. And when you walk into that house and you smell that,
Mamma mia!
Oh my God! It's like walking for me. That's walking into home.
What is your mother's maiden name?
Penical, which is Italian.
What's the last letter in that?
E.
Okay.
P-E-N-E.
Because I
C-A-L-E.
will not eat homemade sauce made by somebody that doesn't have a last name that ends in a vowel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike Penical was
By the
her
way,
father.
The sauce's official site, this is Mom's Spaghetti Sauce, says the first thing about Mom's Spaghetti is that it was born with a clear mission: taste like a leftover sauce the first time around.
Yeah.
Those second-day sauces bring something else to the table, something seasoned and experienced. They've got no time to mess around. This isn't a sauce that tastes like what your neighbor's Italian grandma would spend all day simmering. No, this is a clean take on a classic jar sauce crafted in the straightest manner. Honest, legit, not saddled with any nonsense. So this is, Marissa, this is right in what you were describing. It says here, because when you set out to put Mom's spaghetti in a jar, you're inspired by delivering something that's real, born to be served at street level and born to bring it. This is a sauce that's original and off the shelf at the same time. Just crack open the jar, heat a batch up, and add your favorite. It says add your favorite spaghetti or noodles, and you're ready to serve up a dish that won't let you down. And then it says add powdered parm and serve with some Texas toast with garlic butter for sketties, like we serve it up on Woodward Avenue in downtown Detroit.
There you go.
I'd try it. I'd give it a shot. But
Sure.
I think they're going for a no-nonsense approach.
I'm fine with that, too.
It's kind of just straight ahead. It's nothing fancy. I doubt it's chunky or anything like that. I think it's just going to be straight ahead sauce. So anyhow, all right, why don't we play a clip? A food clip to see if you can identify it here with the Connoisseur, and call if you know what movie this particular, are we queued up?
Yes, sir.
Which particular movie this clip is from. Steve, you'll like this one.
Now, this is where we keep all of our meat. You got 15 rib roasts, 30 10-pound bags of hamburger. You got 12 turkeys, about 40 chickens, 50 sirloin steaks, 2 dozen of pork roasts, and 20 legs of lamb. You like lamb, Doc?
All right, 215-263 WMMR. I played that one from Brett Hamilton. Brett Hamilton and I say that line, that whole series to each other all the time. All right, so next story. Today, November 3rd, is National Sandwich Day. What? It is.
So the question has to be,
yes,
I'm going to ask you first, favorite sandwich. Your favorite
I have
favorite sandwich.
Favorite sandwich?
Favorite.
Oh, man, you know what? You can't.
Meatloaf sandwich.
I can't say a favorite. I was going to say you can't beat a good turkey club sandwich, but a great go-to is a ham and cheese. I love a chicken salad sandwich, which I just had a few moments ago from Embers. They dropped by some goodies.
Yes, there's food in there.
I thought it was all barbecue stuff.
No.
I love chicken salad.
It's like next level chicken salad too. They're not effing around. I like a good roast beef. A hot roast beef sandwiches. There's too many. I can't
feel
say
like we need
a great Italian
subsections.
sandwich.
No,
is
you're right.
fantastic.
There's so many multi-levels. If I'm
can't.
going to my foundational sandwich, a sandwich that I can always rely on, would be turkey and Swiss.
Okay.
However, now, do people consider hamburgers sandwiches?
Oh, let's not debate.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's not debate. I don't think so. I wouldn't put. I think it's its own category.
So I'm thinking a turkey club or a turkey and Swiss.
My easiest go-to is just a ham and cheese. That's like you can't go wrong with that. It's if I'm in a hurry and I want to cook something, slap something together real quick, it's a ham and cheese. I'll go to.
Let me tell you, bro. You slap that turkey and Swiss on a bagel, a little bit of mayo.
What you can do, what I find with sandwiches, it's easy to quote Emeril Lagasse, it's easy to kick them up a notch.
Yeah.
It's real easy to do if you just add a couple of things besides just the meat and cheese.
Raisins.
If you add a little lettuce, maybe a little red onion, tomato, obviously, but a little salt and pepper. A lot of people don't think about putting a little bit of salt and pepper on your sandwich. It makes a big difference. Or even sprinkling a little bit of oregano on it or something like that. It can bring it up a bit.
I had a sandwich yesterday, Steve, that I hadn't had in a while. It was turkey, brie cheese, and apple.
Ooh.
Yes. And man, was that delightful.
Where do I get me one of these?
Yeah, it was Casey. It was really good. And it's served on like a bit of a baguette. So the bread was crunchy on the outside.
Where did you get that?
It's a restaurant not too far from my house. And
that's flirting a little bit with a Monte Cristo. Just a tiny bit.
but not hot.
Right.
Right. And so and the apple and brie go really well together.
They do.
Yeah.
I can't with brie.
Really?
Yeah,
you're not a
I've
soft cheese
tried-
person, are you?
No, I am. Just that. It's
wants
the
it
taste.
hard.
Like to me, I would compare that. I know it's a different taste, but I would compare the strength of it to like blue cheese.
So you can get different. You can get mild or sharp bries. I suggest you try a mild brie sometime. If you go to the grocery store, you can usually find ones, and they categorize them as that. But I do believe that brie is a bit of an acquired taste.
Yeah,
I remember the first few times I tried it, I'm like, that's odd. I
Yeah.
don't know if I like this or not, and now I love it.
My wife,
absolutely love it.
My wife makes it's a baked brie apricot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can do the whole thing,
So
bake
good.
it, and then you put like a jam on it or something like that. Yeah, jam on it.
Jam on it.
Jam on it.
It's good.
All right, so if you are a fan of sandwiches, there are loads of sandwich specials that are happening today, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I had a list.
Do them all.
Capriotti. Is this jam on it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wiggy. Shut up.
So Capriotti's sandwich. Okay, you guys ever been to Capriotti's?
I used to love Capriotti's. The only thing that they had this sandwich called a Slobby Joe, and it was their roast beef, and they've changed the roast beef that they use. Now they also have a sandwich called a Bobby, which is no, it's amazing.
I actually don't want to focus on the sandwiches. They're fries.
What?
Oh,
the way they are sliced. Have you ever had fries like that?
No.
Or are you not familiar?
Never.
They're very unique. You would have to find pictures, Connor, of Capriotti's fries for you guys to understand. Because
I want to see.
They slice them in a different way, and they're quite good. So anyhow, these are some of the places. Capriotti's is having some specials. Grubhub is actually loaded with some sandwich specials today. Jersey Mike's. We
love Jersey Mike's.
Thank you so much to Jersey Mike's. They are celebrating as well. Free delivery for orders placed through Jersey Mike's app.
All right, picture of Capriotti's fries up on the screen here, Preston. What distinguishes them?
They're thin and they're sliced wide. It's
so
not,
it looks like a steak fry.
Not quite, but a thin steak fry.
I like it
Not
that.
quite potato chip thin, but a little bit thicker than that. And
you're saying like a tapered tip?
So they're not necessarily tapered tip, but they which allows them to be crispier.
Oh,
because they're thinner. So anyhow, it's worth trying.
I see what you're saying.
So you also have Pizza Hut and Domino's. I guess they make sandwiches too. Potbelly's got sandwiches.
There's no Potbelly's around here anymore.
They're closed?
Yeah. Chick-fil-A's there now.
Jimmy John's and Subway all have. Here you go. I'm sorry. Did you want to?
No.
I'm done with it.
You done with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I was going to move on to the next one. Casey's he's writing something down. He's looking on the page that I'm holding, and I'm done with this. So I'm just going to hand it over to him so he can have all those specials that you'll take advantage
You made him
of.
the happiest boy.
I do like to celebrate these national days.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, well, where am I going to get a sandwich?
Are you going to go to Capriotti's?
Maybe.
All right. We'll try.
All right. I'm just saying, hey,
get the fries.
To the Capriotti's. Go back to the roast beef you used to use in your Slobby Joes.
All right, we're gonna move on because I got a bunch of stories I wanted to get to, and we're running out of time. So this is the clip we're gonna play for you, movie clip. This is a food clip from what movie?
Now, this is where we keep all of our meat. You got 15 rib roasts, 30 10-pound bags of hamburger. We got 12 turkeys, about 40 chickens, 50 sirloin steaks, 2 dozen of pork roasts, and 20 legs of lamb. You like lamb, Doc?
All right, we'll go to the phones, and we got Pete on the line. Yo, Pete, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Pete. What movie is that from?
Oh, it's The Shining.
Yes. Great Scatman Crothers delivering the lines. And that means we have this for you.
You have a pair of tickets to see Mark Maron, all in, and that is going to be on Friday, May 3rd at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. And tickets for that show go on sale today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
All right, Case, let's do this next movie clip, and we will see if someone can win something via this. And
oh, here it comes.
Hold on. We just got to cue it up. I don't know where.
Well, okay, hang
let's
on.
do that one. That's fine.
I don't know where I
we
was
didn't
at.
do that last time. Right, down one.
Okay.
Down one.
This one.
Yes.
All right, cool.
We didn't play this from last week. So, what movie is this from?
Lime cordial, delicious. Strawberry, mmm. Rum punch. Quite satisfactory.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. All right, order up. So here is a local story, Steve. I have you in mind exclusively.
Thank you. That means a lot.
For this one, there is a themed restaurant named Chica, which is a Japanese word meaning basement, cellar, or underground place, and it is all Blade Runner themed.
Yeah. I saw a picture of this place. It looks pretty awesome.
It was created to bring together foodies, the sci-fi geeks, and the pop culture fans. It's a unique aesthetic that includes neon, shiny chrome and metal accents, mirror and reflectors, tiled floors, diner bar stools, custom slate bar top graffiti, and original artwork.
Now, do they serve replicants there or no?
Nope. Well, they may, but they have some drinks that are named after those things.
Skin jobs.
So in the kitchen, it was created, wait a second. In the kitchen, Glue is proud to introduce Thai-born and Japanese-trained executive chef Dean Levang Sharon, who graduated from Penn State School of Hospitality Management. He's known for his own restaurant that recently closed, which was Ramen Bar in U City.
I love ramen.
5 styles of ramen to choose from at this restaurant.
Yeah, there we go.
At Chica.
Yeah.
So they have their signature tonkotsu chazuman, Chica's signature Hakata-style tonkotsu. Then you have noodle soup topped with marinated cashew pork, shiitake menma, red pickled ginger, sesame, scallions, and drizzled with roasted garlic oil.
I think I'm rocking the chicken.
At the bar, look for movie-inspired cocktails that include Deckard, Hannibal Chew, Syrup Nexus 6, Roy Batty, More Human Than Human, and Electric Sheep.
That's all from the movie and the book.
Yes. The beverage menu also features a heavy focus on sake by the glass and bottle, sake cups for happy hour, wines by the glass and bottle, and local Japanese beers, plus a section of mocktails.
Now, at any point, do the waiters stick their thumbs into your eyes and crush your skull like Roy Batty did?
But you have to ask for that. Okay. So this is Rittenhouse Square, I believe, is where this is located. Is that what I said?
Yeah.
I love that concept.
So it's called Chica. And I don't know, it says openings, this is the 5th opening row this fall. I'm not sure when it opens. I apologize. But you can do a little research and find out about that. All right, let's see if someone knows what movie this is from.
Lime cordial, delicious. Strawberry, mmm. Rum punch. Quite satisfactory.
All right, we're going to go to Jerry, see if he knows. Hey, Jerry, good morning.
Morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, Jerry, we want to know what movie that's from. What is it?
Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins. Correct. And Casey, what are we going to give to Jerry?
Jerry, you got a case of November's beer of the month, Victory Brewing's Merry Monkey. Victory Brewing's Merry Monkey is a must this season. A Belgian ale with cranberry, orange, and cinnamon at 10% ABV to all a good night.
Marissa just handed me this note. Chica is now open, and it's at 15th and Sansom. Near Ladder 15. So
Well, I'm going to check that out.
Thank you,
I love the
Marissa.
look.
All right, new clip, Case, whatever you want. Anyone?
It's ready to go.
All right, no, hold on. Okay, here's the clip. What movie is this food clip from? Here we go.
What sort of lunch is in that lunchbox?
Well, let's see here. What? Summer squash? Yeah. Salmon salad? Succotash? Spice custard? And honey.
All right.
Wow.
215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. All right. All right. This is a little bit weird. You can enjoy a twist on a classic American dish. For a limited time, you can enjoy DiGiorno's new Thanksgiving pizza.
Thanksgiving pizza. I'm listening.
The newest offering features turkey, gravy sauce, potatoes, green beans, cranberries, mozzarella and cheddar cheese, and crispy onions on a Detroit-style crust.
So I had, years ago, they were having a contest at the Couch Tomato, and for different designs of pizzas. And someone, one of the chefs made a turkey dinner pizza. The one thing it did not have, Preston, was the string beans. But it had the cranberry sauce and everything.
Okay.
It was good.
Okay,
it was very good.
It's on a crust, right?
Yeah.
So do you put stuffing on it, or is
There was stuffing on it as well.
Because I'm
And
wondering,
it was baked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering if you could season the crust so much that could act as
stuffing? I don't see why not.
There's no like tomato sauce, right?
No, it's a gravy.
Right.
By that I don't mean Italian gravy. It's
gravy.
How dare you say that's a gravy?
Yeah,
turkey gravy.
Turkey gravy. Thank
I
you.
would try this. I mean,
I
but
would
it's,
too.
It's not really a pizza, but whatever. Who cares?
You know what it's more like? I know you hate the word, Kathy. It's like a casserole.
No.
It's kind of like a
I
casserole.
hate the word. I just hate the food.
So
I know.
What I hate about, I'm not a big string bean fan. I don't like string beans.
Really?
I eat them all the time.
Yeah, I hate them.
Wow.
I don't say I hate them. I won't talk to them in the morning.
Do you like peas?
Yes, I do like
Oh,
peas.
because I kind of like put them in, not that they are the same thing, but I kind of put them in the same boat.
Not-
Like either you love them or you hate them.
Not only do I like peas, Kathy, I love split pea soup.
No,
Oh,
I can't
yeah,
do it.
that is
My
good.
mom and her Progresso split pea. She
Ruined it for
goes
you?
Well, she loves that stuff. Did you guys, when we were in England, did you try the mushy peas?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't.
I didn't do much.
I was
for
very
it.
busy blowing into a road cone.
Yeah. By the way, you mentioned string beans. I call them green beans, but
Well, they're different.
there is a difference. Yeah,
yeah.
there's an actual string in the string beans, and if they're not, and they can.
They're nature's tampons.
And sometimes snap peas, sugar snap peas, will have those too. And if you don't remove it and you bite into it, that string is all it bunches up in your mouth and it's horrible. And it's almost for me like finding hair in your food.
That's why I hate broccoli raw.
Hate it. I can't stand it.
I
when that
agree.
happens.
Yes,
So it's the
absolutely.
texture that kills it, like the
Yeah.
components. I got you.
It's not. It's
Yeah.
really not
No. digestible.
It's
I'm sorry, not broccoli raw. Broccolini.
Broccolini. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like eating a mouthful of string.
So Wawa has the gobbler. What's the Primo's version of the gobbler?
That's the Pilgrim, but
Pilgrim,
they
yeah.
all pale in comparison to the Bobby.
Where's
at
that?
We're still
Capriati's.
on the Bobby.
I'm telling you, the Bobby at Capriati's is the best turkey dinner sandwich you're going to find.
I liked Primo's a little bit better than the gobbler. I like
Yeah.
the Pilgrim because I like the bread on the
I
Pilgrim.
will tell you this: the Wawa, that's
Wawa's great too. I'm not just
yeah. No, I know. It
not besmirching
depends on
Wawa.
what mood you're in.
But this pizza is kind of like that.
Yeah.
Both of those.
Yeah, it's similar to that type of thing. All right, let's see if someone
I'm so goddamn hungry.
knows what what movie this food clip is from. Here we go.
What sort of lunch is in that lunchbox?
Well, let's see here. Oh, summer squash. Yeah, salmon salad, succotash, spice custard, and honey.
All right, we're going to go to Kathy, see if we can get a winner. Hi, Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what movie is that from, please?
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. And that means you win. So what do we have for her case?
We have a case of November's beer of the month, Victory Brewing's Merry Monkey. It is a must this season, a Belgian ale with cranberry, orange, and cinnamon at 10% ABV. To all a good night.
Did you see the movie Blood and Honey, Preston? It is the
No.
Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
No.
I don't.
No.
I was hoping for better things.
It looks stupid
You're
from
right.
the trailer I saw, so I passed on it. But thank you for being the test.
I took a
subject
bullet for it.
All right, order up.
All right.
Oh, no.
I thought so.
Not an order up.
This is
It's
our
a mo-
last one, by
It's
the
a
way.
movie clip. This is our last one?
Yeah. We ain't got no more prizes.
Bitch. All right, let's do it. All right,
How about one of our bells?
what movie is this from? What food clip is this movie? What
Movie is
his food clip.
It's Friday.
You know
It's
what
Friday.
I'm talking about.
I mean, you're in the Radio Hall of Fame. Cut him some slack.
Here we go.
Where are you boys headed?
Canada. We're going over the border to Canada for some French fries and gravy, sir.
Poutine. Canada, huh? Almost made it.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. All right, now, order up. We'll get to this one. The Happy Customer Index uses data from millions of ratings, reviews, and comment sections across websites like Google and TripAdvisor to score restaurants in the categories of quality, staff demeanor, staff dedication, timeliness, order accuracy, price, value, and loyalty referral. And they have the top 5 restaurants. Wait, no, these aren't 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. The restaurants that are keeping customers happiest.
So, all right. So where you're likely to be absolutely joyous when you go.
Now, this is no. This is considered. No, this is nationally.
Okay. Yeah.
This is considered in the fine dining category. Now, when I say fine dining,
all right,
I don't mean
Clams Casino to French restaurant.
No. What I don't mean are the ultimate elite dining. Like
All right.
these are
We're not
places.
talking about Nobu.
Right. This is a place where we could go to and get a meal, get a reservation, no problem. Everybody can go there, but it is considered a level up as far as
Understood.
the quality goes. So these are the 8 restaurants that were highlighted as leaders in the fine dining category under those parameters that I just said.
Let me ask you something. Just a quick question here for context. Is it all about the food? Can the food override an unpleasant experience at a restaurant?
I don't think so.
I kind of agree.
Well, I mean, like in the Bear.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have to get the food right, but a huge part of that is how the customer's treated.
Customer's treated.
Yep.
Yeah. And that can overcome a fair amount. Not everything, but a fair amount.
Yep. So they all have to work together.
Let 'em rip.
So this is, and I'm going to start with the number one at the top because I've never been there. It's a restaurant called Steak 48.
Yeah. So
got the best overall rating at 4.72 out of 5.
we have I have a gift card for there. Michael Barkan and his wife are huge fans.
Where
of
is
Steak
it?
48? It's Broad Street in Philly.
All right, Marissa.
It's like Del Frisco's.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like it's a fancier. You do have to look appropriate.
Wear pants.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to wear pants.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Where's your pants?
a few other ones include, and I've been to this one, Eddie V's, Prime Seafood. There's one in King of Prussia.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Wait,
fantastic.
Is that the Eddie V's? Yes, that's the one that I went to, and I thought I was going to I think we had this conversation before, and you got mad at me, but I thought I was going to a Ruth Chris, and I walked in, and I was like, no, this is way nicer.
We argued that Ruth's Chris was. I think it was better than how you perceive it.
I perceived it more like an Outback Steakhouse, and you perceived it more like Eddie V's.
They're up from Outback.
But yes,
Oh, yeah,
no.
they are.
I know that. But that's why I was just
Yeah.
making the comparison. But I didn't know that Eddie V's was as nice as it was.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I went, I was very casually dressed. I think I had sneakers on, and I was like, oh
You
no,
should have gone to
I didn't know
David
this.
Lee's.
Yeah. Kathy, not only do I wear pants to Eddie V's, but I also style my back hair.
You put little bows on it.
So the bow on your back muff is exquisite. Your back muff looks extraordinary this evening, sir. Your usual table.
When I saw Eddie V's in King of Prussia, my initial thought was, Eddie Vedder opened a restaurant.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let me go.
These hands for vagina.
Let me go through a few others of these. So Eddie V's came in second at 4.69 out of 5. Then you have Truckluck's Ocean's Finest Seafood and Crab.
True Luck.
Oh, True Luck. I'm sorry. Did I say Truck Luck?
Listen,
Christ.
Truck Luck would have caught my attention.
Truck Luck.
Yeah. Yeah. Truck Luck.
It rated at 4.66. Do we have any of those around here?
No.
Not
Then
that
it's-
I know of.
Then it's called Truck Luck.
Yeah. It's in the Chili Pepper song, right? Truck Luck.
Yeah. Truck Luck.
Flam.
Boot cut.
Truck Luck.
Truck Luck.
Truck Nuts.
All right. Truck Nuts. Oh, my God.
That's a great place.
restaurant.
There you go.
Truck Nuts.
Truck Nuts, the restaurant.
Yeah. What do you got today? Well, we got some legumes.
Yeah, legumes. All right. Then you have
Salad balls.
then you have the Capitol Grill.
Oh, I like Capitol Grill.
Yep,
There's
Capitol
one in King
Grill.
of Prussia as well, right? Yeah.
Yep, there is.
They got the nice knives there.
They do.
Yes,
I got a set. I have a set of those knives
So
at
do
home.
I.
Yeah.
I
sell
think they gave them to us
Yeah.
once
They
because I also had a set of those knives.
The general manager is a big fan of the show
right.
at
It's
the
my
King of Prussia
friend's wife.
location. Yeah, and he came to Camp Out for Hunger, and he
Right.
gave us a set of knives.
Okay,
Yep.
that's
All right.
why I have them.
All right, so you said he, but my friend's wife was a manager at that King of Prussia one. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we all have
The knives?
Yeah.
I don't think I do.
Well, I don't either, Steve, so that's okay. But do you guys know at like Barclay Prime, they come out with a box?
Yes.
And you can do like a ninja star and like different knives like
They
that.
have a knife pairing that they do for you. Like I use
want the knife, please.
Marissa, I used one that was made by Ferrari.
Oh.
I kid you not.
I want the knife.
Okay.
I think that little flourish, something like that, like letting you select your knife that way, is cool.
All right, so the Capitol Grill got 4.65. Then you have Ocean Prime.
Oh, yeah. I like that one, too. There's one in the city somewhere.
Okay.
So we assume that is of the Prime family, and it is a seafood-based restaurant?
It's like Optimus Prime, Steve.
It is, right, there's a transformer.
What transformer? It's right on the corner of Sansom near Chica.
Are you enjoying your food?
It's near Chica.
It used to be that Italian joint, right? I mean, not Italian, Hawaiian.
Hawaiian joint? Yeah.
Roy.
It's easy to confuse them.
I know.
That's that Hawaiian burger joint, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
My name is Caravula Margiano.
All right, so then you have Fleming's Prime Steakhouse and Wine Bar.
There's one of those in Radnor near where the Harvest used to
That's
be, Steve.
still open?
Yeah, Fleming's is still open, yeah.
okay.
And they opened an Amada where Harvest used to be.
Okay.
So
And then, then you guys, the last two you may be a little bit surprised to see on this list. Fogo de Chão was ranked in the top 8 at
I
number
wouldn't
7.
be surprised at
No,
that.
I think they do that Brazilian stuff
And
right.
of the Brazilian steakhouses, they're, I would say, the
Decor.
they're the fanciest out of them.
They're the cat's pajamas.
They're
There's the bee's knees.
They're the fine dining of them.
Now, the last one, and I was just here last weekend, my wife wanted to go there for her birthday because we had a big party of 10 people. The Melting Pot is on there.
Oh, wow.
That one surprises me.
And we will go from time to time just because it's fun. And you do end up leaving full.
I'm just.
But yes.
No, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
I'm surprised you didn't invite Steve.
Are you going to talk about having to cook your own food?
No. I went there and I had a nice time with you. I was just wondering who made the cut of your party of 10. I was just wondering who your friends were.
Who your 10 friends were.
Yeah.
Who are your real friends?
I know Steve
It was
and
the
Jules.
Lasix. It was the Chapmans.
Okay, the Millers.
And
I
the
assume.
Millers.
Okay.
And my children.
And your children.
It was Rochelle's birthday, not Preston's.
Yeah.
No, I know that,
Yeah.
but Rochelle and my wife are friends. I mean,
You're not, though.
We're down the shore together, and
Obviously, you're not that good a friend.
apparently.
I wasn't invited.
It's
and
too
I'm
busy.
not,
You guys
all
are
right.
always busy with the D'Amicos, so we don't.
Rip that Band-Aid off right now.
Cuts deep. Cut me
Let me
deep
ask.
just now.
It's getting tense in here.
I'll tell you what. I'll take you to the melting pot.
No, Steve, you hate the melting
I
pot.
hate-
You're definitely not
I hate
taking
it, too.
there.
I'm going to go just to piss him off.
I don't. Well, Kathy, I'm terrified of the melting pot. Let me put it that way. Only because I've had food poisoning, not from the melting pot. It's phenomenal, but
Just in general.
just in general.
Yeah.
And so when I'm asked, given the option of cooking my own chicken, I literally have my iPhone there timing each piece
Yeah.
because I have to make sure because I'm so nervous.
I can't
but
remember-
what I really love at the melting pot, the desserts.
Yeah?
Oh.
You have to cook those yourself, too?
Well,
I can't remember.
You can go. You do. You can do just Steve. If you want to avoid that, you can do the bread and cheese and dessert, and that's it.
The
And
bread and
that
cheese
is enough for
alone is a meal.
That's enough for a meal. You don't have to do entrees.
And I don't have to worry about undercooking my chicken.
Because then you're not cooking anything. Then you're just fun doing
Kathy,
it.
I'm basically freeloading at the melting pot.
All right.
They chased me out of there.
So anyway, I was surprised to see them on this list of restaurants that are keeping customers the happiest. So it's an overall.
So they have the same
metric.
ranking for brothels?
I don't know, but I would think so.
Right?
Probably.
In order of quality control.
Customer service.
All right, we need to find a winner and see if somebody knows what clip this movie or what movie this food. God, I can't say it.
Where are you boys headed?
Yeah.
Canada. We're going over the border to Canada for some French fries and gravy, sir.
Poutine. Canada, huh? Almost made it.
All right, let's go to Rachel, see if we can get a winner. Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Good morning.
Rachel, what movie is that from?
Super Troopers?
Yeah. Super Troopers. And here's what we have for you as a prize.
Hey, Rachel, we got a case of November's beer of the month. That is Victory Brewing's Merry Monkey. It is a must this season, and maybe you could share that with your favorite 8 friends. I don't know. It is a Belgian ale with cranberry, orange, and cinnamon at 10% ABV to all a good night.
All right, we're done. That's it. Connoisseur next week. We'll get to it, but get out and eat something, if you will, please.
Has this been an eye-opener for you as to who you have to invite to your next party?
Apparently so. Yes, I think that's it. When we return, though, we'll have a good friend stop by. Ted Alexandro is in town. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club, so we'll get Ted in, spend some time with him. Don't forget our Word of the Week prize. We're giving that away this morning in the not-too-distant future, and we'll be back in a sec.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested, and it went viral, and a lot of people were talking about it, so I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot
He was
of work.
a good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work. Yeah.
See, with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
that's kind of sad, though. Like, then what if the person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
But how much depend on what type of breakup?
How bad of a breakup can it be
if you're hiring a celebrity?
That you're hiring a celebrity to do it. I mean,
I don't think it's something Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, honey.
Kids and everything. And
maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for a year or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a cameo?
Steve has.
Hire one?
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him. And he did it, and he did a great job, and he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarron. Kathy Armando wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot! I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
So for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, because my wife is always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better, and talked for a while.
There's a couple my best friend. I want to send when his birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think. Because the movie lines that we throw at each other are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh God!
Yeah! Feel good.
Wow, it's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no. I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be
That's
here.
what we
You
need.
told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the
Yeah, and
sides.
I didn't want to. I should have let you down.
That's my improv skills.
All right, well, let's
things on the side.
let's bring everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well,
And here.
we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a like on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with saline,
Gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
We remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up the bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well,
And
the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was gonna. First, I was gonna say something. I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes.
I real quick. I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it, but it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought, and
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night. So like in the day, you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about it's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a hangover thing. Okay, but there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting one now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
To an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his arm.
And by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Kathy will not be using the service.
Some people, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like. For me, it was just like it sounds like this is I'm not doing an ad for it, but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're
it.
a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
Nothing.
In all
for
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a friend here, I guess. So what is he the this is a double-blind experiment? If he passes away, you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy,
yeah.
yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold. Like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished, people come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah, so our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body, boost your immunity, and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So, okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what
What's the $75 bag?
What is the basic
so the
fluid?
$75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had surgery. You had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. The saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back up and running.
Really makes you feel like you're revived.
All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your bloodstream.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
So
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I felt.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel.
Cold.
Yeah. I'll
So,
tell you.
really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
I
So,
taste the donut I had.
yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I liked the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and lightheaded, not lightheaded, clear-headed, And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay.
All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared, I feel like, when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
Okay. And they come because they're nurses. They're
So this
registered
is-
nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure.
All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow, 7:30 and 10 p.m. shows. And there's one young man who this person is very important to in this studio. He was Nick McElwain's first ever live comedy show.
Wow. Popped his cherry.
He popped Nick's comedic cherry.
Is that right?
Yeah. Please welcome Ted Alexandro.
Yeah. Wow, you guys spring that on me just as we start.
Didn't make you all misty.
Yeah, really.
The Comedy Cabaret, if I remember correctly, was in Northeast Philly on Red Off City Avenue, and this was before Philly had the wonderful comedy clubs that it has now, like Helium. And we went and saw you. It was me and a bunch of college friends, and you killed it then. And I'm still a fan to this day. But it was a really interesting night for us, Ted, because you had a few openers who were very, very green and not funny. And it was one of those moments where, like, you're watching people up in the spotlight, and it was awkward. And then you saved the night. We were all so grateful that you were there because you were so damn funny. And sadly, the other people weren't. But man, it was a really great night for us.
Thank you. Well, that's the key when you're starting out: is book people who are not, who suck, and then you come on and save the day.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I'm wondering when is that a good thing? Or I mean, at some point, you want somebody who gets people warmed up, who gets them in the laughing comedic mode.
Yeah, for sure. You got to. The thing is, in those early gigs, you do have to dig out of a lot of holes.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the gigs that you take and the gigs that come along. So that's a good thing. But like you say, as you get better, it's nice when everyone's good.
Yeah.
And they leave with a good show total.
You start to pair with people who are not you on stage,
Right.
that accent the way you are. For you. And do you have a preferred opener that I'm sure you have a roster of people you would love.
Well, you know what's funny now is I've been touring with Jim Gaffigan for 7 years, so I opened for him. So it is kind of a nice compliment, different styles, different point of view. So it makes for a nice show. But what's funny is the reason I'm here is because Jim got a gig. He's touring with Jerry Seinfeld for the month of November.
So he's opening for Jerry. Okay.
You were. I was watching an interview with our good friend Vinny Brand. And you said a line that just, I busted out laughing. You said, "So come see the bargain Tom Segura." And because you do look, and I'm just and I'm like, oh my God, that's effing hilarious.
Yeah. It's funny, like Tom probably, who's great. I love Tom. He's one of the best. But started like 15 years after me.
Yes.
So then you get these things like every comment on Facebook, like, oh, it's the Walmart Segura. It's like, yes, we both have beards and we're bald.
Right.
It's,
but different. And both accomplished. And you were there first, by the way. So yeah. But that is funny. But I love kind of checking in and reminding myself of your history and your past and you're a musician. You in fact, jazz musician, right? A jazz pianist.
Studied jazz piano in college.
Wow.
And I always wondered, Ted, if that, and I think this could hold true because a number of comedians have very solid musical chops. And I wonder if having a jazz mentality helped feed your ability to execute comedy, or do you apply it, or are you even aware you're applying it?
That's a good question. I think like a lot of comedians do. I know like Todd Barry plays the drums. Bill Burr is a drummer. Steve Martin, obviously banjo. So I think a lot of people who are creative just you apply it in different ways. I actually, believe it or not, my path was, I tell people it's the very common path to comedy. You hear it a lot. I started out as a rapper in my teens. My brother and I were the ill-fated Brotherly Love.
Was that
was the name of our
Brotherly Love?
Brotherly Love.
Do you remember any of your songs?
Can you
I'm trying to forget.
Verse for us?
I might have a little for you. I let dust the cobwebs off.
Okay.
My brother was MC Mello. I was Royalty.
Royalty. Was this in Queens? Were you in Queens at the time?
We were in Queens.
Okay, and yet you were Brotherly Love.
Yeah. It was just because, we were brothers. That was
What was your style? I assume you're coming up around Beastie Boys time, right? So were you
We predated Beastie Boys.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because this was like around 81, 82, and our career culminated at the world famous Apollo Theater, where we got booed off in about 45 seconds.
Wow. So you're more Run DMC style, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was more that heyday.
45 seconds at the Apollo, not too bad.
Which I thought was
Not too
about
bad.
probably 20 seconds too gracious of them.
But you made it to the Apollo?
We made it to the Apollo, yeah. We were
Was
doing
it
like,
their open talent thing?
Amateur
yeah,
night?
it was the amateur night. Yeah.
Well, you rub the stump.
You
and,
rubbed the stump.
Yeah.
And I remember Biz Markie was backstage and Big Daddy Kane. It was like, it was crazy to. We didn't belong there. It was nuts. But for brotherly love to be there.
Kudos to you for having the balls to do it, though.
Yeah. No, I tell people, like, after getting booed off at the Apollo, like, what in comedy could ever faze me?
Yeah.
You know?
That's about as brutal as audience as you can face.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a dude went out with a
pure
hook, right?
Yeah, the Sandman. Yeah, he came out. Yeah, he came out. Yeah, we expected him. I was like, where have you been? I thought you'd be here about 30 seconds ago.
Where were you, dude?
How cringeworthy is that for you to think about, or have you come to terms with it?
I've kind of come to terms with it. Yeah, there was a period where it was difficult.
Yeah. A little PTSD.
A little PTSD.
Yeah.
So then I pivoted naturally to jazz piano.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and then comedy. So I was hell bent on never making a living. You know.
Well, listen, no, you're absolutely one of the best. But do you play and do you find comfort in playing?
You know, I do now.
Yeah.
It's great to play now. I don't rap now. I don't sit.
You're not
sit
back at
down
the
and rap.
Apollo.
Yeah, but the piano, I'll sit. Now I have 2 toddlers, so I'll sit and play with them. And I heard you guys mention Mary Poppins earlier. I was like, that's my wheelhouse. You know, sit and play all the songs from Mary Poppins, and so playing now is more cathartic and fun.
Did you ever see, I'd mentioned this a while back, did you ever see the movie Soul, the animated movie, the Pixar film?
I don't think I did see
As
that.
a jazz musician, you should watch it. And I know it's even though it's a Pixar and it's animated, and how old are your kids, by the way?
3.5 and 2.
Okay, that might be a little over their head, but it focuses in on when you get into that improv zone where you are not even thinking about what you're doing and it's just flowing. And I think they nailed it in that movie because I'm a drummer and the same thing if I sit down and I find myself playing for an extended amount of time and just soloing and going where I want to go, that it just kind of pours out.
Yeah.
And they illustrate it really well in that movie.
It's called Soul?
It's called Soul. Yeah. If you get a chance, watch that.
You know,
You
I
might
think
dig that.
I never achieved that in music, which is why I got out of
I thought if you were
piano.
taking jazz piano
I
in-
was
in
adequate,
college.
you know, but you're surrounded by people who are so much better than you. You're like, all right, you know, this is not my thing. But that was finally what I felt in comedy. You know, I didn't feel. Maybe in rapping a little bit.
In
But
rapping,
mostly
that's where it came through.
In rapping,
that's where your muse was.
Yeah.
So you can get that way in comedy. You can get into it's just you don't know where these ideas are coming from when you're improv, maybe when you're crowd working. And it just
something happens. Yeah. You just kind of you're more equipped to kind of just go to that part of the brain where you're not thinking.
I was watching. Yeah, you were describing. I forget who you were talking to at the time, but and you were describing that thing. Yeah, so I'm sort of the comedy up to an extent here, but when and I've done stand up, not obviously I didn't play the Apollo for Christ's sake, but you describe it so well of just. Sort of being untethered and tethered at the same time. You're keeping an eye on the framework, but yet you're dipping in and out, and it's there's sort of nothing like it.
Well, I think like the gigs that Nick was referring to, you have so many layers of dealing with the hell gigs and the distractions and all of that, so that you are kind of tethered to your act after 30 years of doing stand up. You know where you're going. You have a kind of a map,
right?
But then, you're able to pivot and just go places that you weren't expecting to go. And sometimes that's really the most fun now.
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier in the week, and we have a lot of comedians on the show, and are I think hopefully relatively supportive of the comedy community. I think this is the best time ever for comedy. There are so many outlets, there are so many ways to get it out there, and the way that comedians support one another, and there's a lot to talk about and a lot to share. And the fact that people are still able to be innovative in that field, to me, is remarkable.
Oh, yeah. And I have to mention this to you. You talked about the comedy scene and everything. I have to mention this to you guys because to a person, every person I mention, I'm coming on Preston and Steve, they all say, I love those guys. They love the show. They say they're so supportive of comedians. Truly, I'm not.
That's awesome.
You guys mean so much to the comedians, and they're not just saying it like, oh, sometimes they'll just say like, oh, that's a good show, or that's a. Yeah. They truly appreciate. You guys are like a real lifeblood for comedians. So, I wanted to mention that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
It was an uphill battle for us initially. When there was no helium. There was no.
There was the Comedy Cabaret in the Northeast,
right? And it was a very fallow period. But also just comedians. The thing that they would come up against is that a lot of morning shows say, okay, where do you want us to lead you? Give us your 20 jokes. And it's like, well, you're asking people to go see me later on, and you want me to burn off,
material.
So our inclination was comedians are probably intrinsically funny, so let's just have a conversation, and just do that.
Well, guys appreciate it.
Oh,
sure.
absolutely. We were talking before you came on, and you were. You were raised in Queens, but when you got into comedy, you had the ability to go into Manhattan, obviously, and do those clubs, but you're also out on the island. Yeah. And you were all the places that I was playing in at about the same time.
Yeah, that was
obviously
wild.
I failed miserably and you succeeded. but places like East Side Comedy Club, which is Bob Nelson and Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy started.
Yeah, and did you play the place called Dixon's White House?
I don't think I heard about that one, but I never played that one.
You were too good to play that for me. But it was this dude who looked like Richard Nixon, and I always ask, and just by sheer default, my name ended up next to Eddie Murphy's because of the spelling.
Oh, that's
funny. But those.
Does it still exist, Steve? That place?
No. But he actually had it was a comedy club, and he made it look like a mini White House.
Oh, that's
and the
hilarious.
guy didn't even do a Nixon impression. He just looked like him. And which I wouldn't even try to do it a little bit at that point. But do you have some fond memories of those times? Because
I do. I really do. Because
it was kind of a boom, wasn't it, in the clubs?
It was. I was kind of on the tail end of the boom. I started in '92, so I was coming up in Queens. Once I had kind of put rapping behind me, I knew that I wanted to get out to the open mics.
Right.
And I started as part of a duo with a buddy of mine. So that was a good way to kind of put my foot into the waters and just kind of learn the scene. And then 2 years later, '94 was when I just went all in as a solo.
Was that buddy royalty or was it?
Yeah, I was royalty. This was just another guy from college, my buddy Hollis. But what was good was being in Queens, I was kind of halfway between two thriving scenes. People didn't know, the New York guys kind of, looked down their noses at the Long Island scene. And the Long Island guys thought the New York guys were, too cool for school. But Queens, I was halfway between both. I was I don't care. It's another stage to get up on. Yeah. So, there were plenty of good clubs and good rooms that you could get up on Long Island.
You're so right, because I remember going to Dangerfields and going into the city clubs, and you were like scum when you walked in.
Right.
If you're trying to get any open mic time whatsoever, you felt it.
Oh, yeah.
But not the same out on the island clubs. So
no, yeah. And then over time, that kind of went away, and all the scenes blended, and the alternative scenes and all the things that came along. Like you said, it's really a thriving time. All these different styles of comedy are able to thrive now because they intermingle.
When did you know that you had found your voice on stage? Do you have a moment where you said, "This is it. This is me"?
I think it was at the Comedy Cabaret.
You saw that. You saw this young
guy
college
with a really
student.
large head.
Yeah,
It was a young guy.
Yes, this guy has the largest cranium I've ever seen, and he likes me.
What is funny about that, and I have a massive head. But when I remember that night, and I texted my friend Matt because we went to the show together. We still remember your bits, and we quote you, and it's probably nearly 30 years later or whatever. But the bits about elementary school and the silverware, the plasticware versus the silverware at Thanksgiving or whatever.
Are we keeping the forks?
It's remarkable to me the impact that you've made, and that's what I love about comedy is that you can listen to a comedy record when you're a kid, or if it's Eddie Murphy or Dennis Leary, or go see Ted Alexandro at the Comedy Cabaret. They make these indelible impacts on your life, and that's what I appreciate about it.
Thanks. It is kind of funny even for me now that bits that I wrote in my 20s.
Yeah.
That people remember. It's a great feeling. Are we keeping the forks or the gym stuff?
Yeah.
where guys are giving you a spot and they're yelling at you like, all you, and I'm like, some you.
Yes.
It's too heavy. A little bit me, mostly you.
Yeah.
And people, like, so yeah, that's a joke.
How long is that? That bit still cracks me up.
25 years old. Yeah. That was on my first Comedy Central special, I think.
Go ahead, sir.
Do people ever reference a joke and you don't remember that joke because you've had so much material over your lifetime?
Yes. Yeah. There's times where either I think to myself, like, you're thinking of the other comedian.
You're thinking of Tom Segura.
Yeah, you're thinking of Tom Segura. Yeah. But then sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I did do that bit. It's like a bit that you like, kind of what you're talking about when you're in the flow, where maybe you just do something that wasn't planned,
right?
Or it was something you were working on that didn't stay in the act.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I guess I should have kept that.
Right.
If they remember it,
it resonated.
Yeah.
It's wild when you talk about that process of being on stage and sort of deviating. And you impress me as the kind of comedian who's generating as much new material in the moment on stage that you shop, because I think it's hard a lot of times to, or are you the kind of guy who can sit in a room and just, knock out 15, 20 minutes?
It's a little bit of both,
Okay.
Like if you're going to have a long career in comedy, I think it has to be both. You have to have the work ethic of sitting down. Like I was just telling Meredith, who is beloved by comedians. She takes us here.
She was the basis of the Meredith character on The Office.
That's right.
She was telling me the story that a lot of people think. Go ahead.
So I was telling her that what was I telling? Now I lost my train. Well, the question was about. Anyone remember? I was talking.
None of us.
My point was
writing it down.
Writing it down,
or is it just come natural to you? Like you work hard at it,
right?
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yes, I was telling Meredith that I'm going to a coffee shop right after this to sit and write for a couple hours.
Okay.
So it is partly that, the work ethic, and thank you for the save. It's sitting there and just sitting quietly and brainstorming. And maybe 10% of what you write down you actually wind up using, and the other 90 is nothing. Or there's maybe one line, but it's that work ethic of the quiet time. And that's what I love about comedy, too, is it's such a weird juxtaposition of quiet time alone with your thoughts, and then in front of a full room of hundreds or thousands.
Complete dichotomy.
Yeah.
Do you benefit from writing in an area where there's some activity, like at a coffee shop?
I do, yeah. Just for your own sanity, or maybe something sparks something, or you just feel like the life of being. And that's why the pandemic was hard too. As everybody can attest to. Just you realize the necessity of being around life.
All right, so you're in a coffee shop. You're going nowhere. You have no ideas are coming for whatever reason. Do your eyes then just start glancing around at the people?
Oh, for sure.
And then you start maybe picking up some ideas from what's surrounding you?
Yeah. Something always will be sparked, like something that you notice, or something that maybe even isn't going on in the room that sparks something else. Like I remember, I had taken an Uber one time, and I wrote down in the Uber, in my phone, I wrote down the note. And it made it into my act of I say, my superpower, if I have one, is aligning my political beliefs with whoever happens to be driving my Uber at the moment.
I remember that.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's great.
What it could be because we're talking about Trump, Biden, the vax, Ukraine. All you need are three phrases. I've mastered it. It's I know. Okay. It's crazy.
Yep.
And when are people going to wake up? Those three phrases.
You're bulletproof.
Yeah. You're bulletproof. You have to use the third one sparingly, but you will reach your destination.
I love that. That's especially in this day and age. You remember those three, and it's the only way you can get through. So, yeah.
And you know what? To your point, last night I said something tagging that I had never said before. It just kind of came to me on stage, where, occasionally you'll get like a notification from Uber.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to tip this guy? And I was like, that was like 3 weeks ago. Like, like a trip that you totally forgot about. I'm like, yeah, I guess so, but like, I don't remember him.
That's weird.
Our midday DJ is a guy named Pierre Robert, and he is not a sports person at all. But Kevin Gunn, who works down the hall, gave him three phrases to use anytime you ever go to a baseball game. And the first is, I hope the defense holds up. A little worried about shortstop. Going out for a beer, want one? And those three phrases, just like the ones you provided, get you through any ball game ever.
And it's the pitching.
The pitching. If the pitching holds up.
The pitching holds up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And he's tried it out, and it's worked.
It works
flawlessly.
Yeah.
He wears a shirt of a clearly a baseball player hitting a home run, and it says goal.
No, it says touchdown.
But touchdown, right?
Yeah, it's important. You have to be prepared.
That's cool.
You know what's weird now is like I was such a Queens, New York guy, but my wife and I, we moved up to Connecticut in the pandemic. So we have 2 toddlers. We're up in the woods, and it's just like a really different experience. You know, like I woke up one morning, there were 3 foxes in our backyard. I'd never encountered that before.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, do I alert the authorities? Do I kill these 3 foxes? Do I write a children's book? Like, what is the protocol? So I did all 3.
You did all 3.
It's the 3 dead foxes.
The 3 dead foxes.
Yeah,
That's the children's book.
it comes out this Christmas. Yeah.
With your kids that age, what are you guys watching? Are you a Bluey family or?
You know, we are doing like the classics, Mary Poppins. You know, we did Wizard of Oz, even though that's a little bit like, you know, some of the monkeys and stuff scare them.
Yeah, be scary crap.
But you find out about, like, through the pipeline, you just find out about there's a thing called Tumbleleaf with this leaf that.
Not familiar.
Yeah, it's a fox that he kind of just finds things, and then he and his friends play with those things. So it's kind of like innocent,
like a stream of consciousness kind of thing.
And also it just encourages kids, like, you find this stick in the woods, and then that's what you play with. You know.
Okay.
So you were a teacher for a while.
Yeah,
and
5 years.
And so you would, and I hear a lot of parents saying this, that, you know, the locking on screens, you know, I didn't want to say, it's kids and their devices, but the ability to go out and do something like that, to just find something and play with it, you know, that is being robbed. And like you talked about, you know, the pandemic and all that stuff, that sort of extracted a lot of that capability. So do you do anything to encourage your kids to not follow suit? I mean, with
we
you
don't
as a
give
father.
we don't give them any possessions.
No
possessions.
No possessions.
Yeah.
No at all.
Like the John Lennon song. Imagine no possessions. We're putting that into practice.
Mr. Lennon was very prescient.
So you have to play with sticks and leaves.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. Well, we used to though.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
There
In
was
fact,
a lot more.
Preston, there was the Toy Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
In the Toy Hall of Fame, they have inductions every year.
Mm-hmm.
The stick.
Yeah, the stick.
The stick. Right? Yeah.
The cardboard box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also with the stick, we were talking about this not that long ago about how for some reason it's just like this second sort of nature thing with guys that like stick like
you find a good stick.
You find a good stick, like you're on a nature walk with your son or whatever, and hey, Dad, look at this stick, and you legit go, that's a good stick. That's a great stick, man. You want to hang on to that.
Right. Because sometimes, like, your first inclination is like, what now? And then you're like, oh, no, that is a nice. Yes. Thank you for showing me that.
Is your mountain man, or at least hiking, rural nature side has it kicked in fully?
It has, believe it or not. Yeah. No, I was always kind of,
because Queens is a little different.
I was disdainful of nature.
Oh, really?
Suspicious, maybe. You know, like,
what are they doing?
Yeah.
What are
Why
those
these
fox?
people? Yeah, hiking and looking at clouds and stuff. But yeah, now I do really have an appreciation. I think the kids help too, because they notice things. Like my daughter, she's 2. She has just like a sixth sense about the moon and where it is. She'll be like, even during the day, like she's like, Dad, I'm moon. I'm like, the moon's not out there. Oh, the moon's out. Right. She's locked in, you know? So, yeah, it does. It gives you an appreciation. And where we are, we're up in the woods, and we're 20 minutes from the shoreline.
Where?
So it's Killingworth, Connecticut.
Okay, yeah.
So it's very, like, we're in the sticks, yeah.
No, that's good.
You're just tuning in. Ted Alexandro going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. Do you guys have good night sky? You mentioned the moon and the stars amazing out that way.
Telescope?
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. It's nice.
Do you know a telescope yet?
We don't, but that's on the list. Yeah.
Okay, so there's one that's really easy. It's a Celestron. It has a GPS system on board, so you just tell it what you want it to point at, and it will find it in the sky.
Celestron.
Yeah, I believe that's the name of it. Yeah,
Christmas. I know what we're getting. But it's that same kind of thing with even with my wife, where by the end of the day, you're so tired, and you don't. We have 2 toddlers. You don't really feel like even talking to one another. But occasionally, I'll say to her, like, come look at the sky. And she's like, I don't want to. And then, oh, wow, the sky, and then we'll just sit, light a fire. We have like a little, fire pit. And like at the end of the day, you just want to forget that the children are alive. She's like, let's.
We're alive. I totally forgot you were alive.
Yeah. What's that thing? The little telecom that you take, the little
the baby monitor?
The monitor. Yeah. She's like, let's take it out. I'm like, let's not take it out.
Yeah.
Let's live dangerously.
It's I guess the young parents Russian roulette, right?
Yeah.
So you have, I know that Preston, coming from music was, and everybody, Casey and Kathy and Nick, I don't have kids, but the excitement of perhaps introducing your kids. So you do have the music thing, but also from the comedy realm. What can you not wait to expose your kids to comedically?
Well, they're both funny, I guess everyone thinks their kids are funny, but it's the thing for me is it's mostly at this point hilarious to be around them, but it's kind of that mixed thing of like, you love and cherish every moment, but you also hate it. You're sick of it. Because I talk about how if you need to know what it's like to be the parent of two toddlers, look no further than the airline boarding process, which begins with two groups of people. Parents with young children and active military. That's who they group together, recognizing their missions as being similar. And with all due respect to our men and women in uniform, I would propose that the job of the parent is even more difficult because only one of those groups has to travel with the enemy sitting in their lap. So who's the real hero?
That's true.
Take me for my service.
My son is 17 now. I miss those ages, of the toddler age. I specifically miss Halloween. Did you get to take your kids out for Halloween?
Nick, it was our first Halloween where they were full bore. They knew what was going on.
That's
our
awesome.
son was Spider-Man. Our daughter was, in the morning, she was a cat. By the afternoon, she had morphed into a bunny.
People don't remember the costume change when you're that young.
Yeah.
You're like Cher. You got to do.
You got to do a few.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
It was great. We went to my parents in Queens because where we are, like, if we were to go door to door, it would be like a 30-minute walk to the next house.
Not a lot of candy.
Yeah. So we went door to door in my parents' neighborhood. It was great, man. It was just you appreciate those kind of moments.
I think to me is that's the thing that you think that I'm missing is that you get to see through the child's eyes the things that you loved and remembered.
And they really think that they're my son believed he was Spider-Man. He was crawling around and doing poses and stuff. My daughter thought she was a bunny or a cat in the morning. So it is great. Because you get those layers of just cynicism that they kind of peel away.
You're right about the one the love and hate at the same time of the situation. Wouldn't it be great if we could be like the police and medical schedules do 12 on, 12 off? That might work pretty good.
3 days on. And
And if we could somehow or another work out that system, because the moment that I get sick and tired of my kids and I'm like, finally a break, and then you get this break and then you're like, something's missing here and I need that back. And it's just, you go back and forth on that. And that's
so true.
Your whole life.
No, that's a good point. And in a way, my wife and I kind of have that now because she's an artist who works at home and I'm a comedian. So we give each other like 4-hour chunks to just like, I'll go and write, she'll go paint, whatever. So it is that thing. And when I come back after writing, I feel like the dad of the year. Like, where are those little kids? But at the other end, I'm like, get the hell away from me.
Totally. You're like Papillon sticking his head to the door in the prison, like, get me out of here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ready to go.
That's awesome. Yeah. Very cool.
All right. Well, Ted, like I said, is going to be at Helium Comedy Club. 2 shows, 7:30 and 10 o'clock tonight and tomorrow night. And you can go to heliumcomedy.com. It's going to be a beautiful weekend.
Yeah,
so I think people are going to want to get out and get into the city and have a good time.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you will certainly do that. So, dude, it's great to see you.
Great to see you
Thanks
guys
for stopping
always.
by here this morning.
My
Absolutely.
pleasure.
Ted Alexandro, everyone. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Hang out for a moment.
Why not?
Yes.
Why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? Yeah, I want to have a little lower
I want to
energy.
be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? Go off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? You know, not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have.
Yes.
There you go. It's what it says.
Yeah,
that's the name of my tour.
Of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Wait.
Look at that. Seriously, his
bag
bag's
is
almost empty.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
what is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your
Steve
Netflix?
by the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning, and it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something, I went. I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh, like, you know.
God, is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take responsibility for the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down so that you drain quicker.
Hey, by the way, he just reached over to calm Todd down for a moment while he's streaming done.
So, your Netflix special is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians or most successful stand-up comedians really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is you're in a green room, it's really bright, and they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it.
Right.
You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show.
Mm-hmm.
Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series or
no? But it's fun. They Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Like sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated, and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that speaking of animation? Speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around in conversation.
Best segue I've ever heard.
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop. And I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here. How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead. And I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh, no.
He's not there.
Oh,
and
no.
the shirt is framed.
Oh,
I go,
my God.
what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for
Oh, that
whatever it's
wasn't
worth?
serious
That wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like I think what happens. Let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. What would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like to be nice to this person, to be like she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes, even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know, like but it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter of factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out? Would you?
I would try to. I really would. Hopefully, try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's
your
father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
your deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
You know, I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody
Is it?
once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not
by the way.
taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I could get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just be something completely
Can I get serious?
different?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you want,
let's
Tom.
get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there on 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow.
It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what.
Side note, it's about 20 minutes to City Hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
He would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes. And it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please.
Okay. I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
He has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total
Yes.
compliment. It's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
You know what? Can I tell you something?
Please.
I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff, just it's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
Having this
yeah, it's
vibe
great.
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
Just stand up with
Yeah.
a band,
Yeah.
It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
How much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John
There
is
are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2-3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is Preston? We kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all.
Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him? That
you know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him, "You got to have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah,
let him do different things." And that's sort of how I got to do it. To do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time, Silverman. Yeah.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But
she's been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, "No, he's just high. He's fine." Jeff Ross is the reason.
By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Preston, about 5 years ago. Can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it. It's
Bumped
been a while.
into him in the hall.
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. So going back to that song one more time, that's lyrically, it is a beautiful song.
It's
tremendous. There's a line in that song that says, "I gotta say I love you while we're here." And I was thinking about Matthew Perry and any celebrity that passes away, and people pen these little notes to them on social media as if they're talking directly to them. And there's another line in this song one more time that says, "Do I have to die to hear you miss me? Do I have to die to hear you say goodbye?" So I think that's just great motivation to say that thing to that special someone that you've been wanting to say, or
I agree. Make it today.
Feel that you should say. Yeah, absolutely.
Make it today.
Or maybe even, and that song's all about them getting back together as a band.
They reference the specific events that could have ended their possibility to say they love each other.
Yeah, right now it feels the same. It says, "I wish they told us it shouldn't take a sickness or airplanes falling out of the sky."
Right.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and as maybe just a getting the gang back together for a moment type of thing that might motivate you to do that. But that lyrically, the next time that song comes around, Take a good close listen to those words. It's really, really well done. I just wanted to point that out.
I think you hit a note with somebody is on the hotline, wants to say something to you.
Okay. Hold on a second. Oh, no. I don't know
Canada,
who.
we're going over.
Oh, wait. I hit the wrong button. That's not the phones. All right. Here we go. Hello. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Oh, my God.
I just wanted to call you guys and tell each and every one of you that I love you. Preston, I love you. Steve, I love you. Kathy, I love you. Nick, I love you. Marissa, even though you're not in the room right now, I love you. Connor, I love you. And Kyle, I love you. And Nick, intern Nick, I love you, buddy.
Well, there it is.
Well, there's no Chuck in that. I wonder what happened. Something must have gone awry.
Something must have happened.
Yeah.
He got mad.
Too soon. I was gonna...
all right. Sorry. Yes. He adores Chuck.
I thought maybe Chuck.
Thanks for calling. Okay.
I thought maybe Chuck got mad that Casey was mad that Preston didn't invite him to Rochelle's
felt
birthday
jealous.
party.
That
I wasn't
obviously.
mad. No, Kath, I was hurt.
He was hurt.
That's what I mean. Chuck was.
that?
I think
Jealous
Chuck
that you
was
being
upset
hurt.
that you got hurt because why would you be hurt when Chuck's your best friend? You know what I mean? I don't know. I saw Chuck and I just felt it all.
Well, the problem was
I
that
read his mind.
I think it was the fact that Chuck sided with you on the daylight savings thing and the bars.
But I just want to say, all that stuff, even being forgotten last week, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, they didn't forget you.
Yeah.
There was a conscious effort to exclude.
on purpose.
Yeah.
I'm not going to allow that
To bother you?
to bother me, and I just need to even reinforce even more so, Preston and Rochelle, that I love you guys.
All right.
I will say this to everyone that I love. If you want to exclude me from anything you have
okay.
coming up, I am down with it.
Steve, I'm with you.
Steve, we found out about a wedding that we weren't invited to, and Andrea was like a little hurt by it. I was like, honey,
Send a gift.
This is good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
double the gift. Thank you.
Doesn't mean you love them any less.
Open up a bottle of champagne
Well,
and
This
celebrate.
we have the weekend to ourselves now.
I'll paraphrase Casey. It's like, invite me, just don't expect me to come.
Yeah.
Please invite me, but
I don't wanna
understand
go.
that I can't make it.
I'm not going to come.
I don't want to be. I don't want to go. I just want to be invited.
I love you, by the way, man.
I love you too.
And I love your back muff.
Thank you.
I think it looks.
His BM.
I think it suits you.
Well, you know what? You say I love you to my back muff now because it's going to be gone soon,
Yeah.
Preston.
I love you, back muff.
All right.
You can't see it, Preston, but his back muff is wet now.
God.
How do you turn on a back muff?
How do you mend a broken muff?
Tell it you love it.
Oh, that's how you turn it on.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, Steve was pointing that out.
All right. Well, we all
Got all wet.
we all love each
The
other.
way a front muff would.
Okay.
Front muff. That's a good band name.
Back muff.
Back muff.
Front muff.
Front muff covers back muff.
Bear beats.
Front muff beats
Battlestar
back
Galactica.
muff.
The old saying.
All right. It's Friday.
Okay, yeah.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mainline Christmas Lights. Light up your holidays with Mainline Christmas Lights. They will custom design, install, maintain, and even store your lights for next season.
I'm going to call those guys.
Take the hassle out of the holidays and book now at mainlinechristmaslights.com. All right, this is a terrible story. I'm going to start with this, but certainly bizarre belongs in the bizarre file. A 77-year-old man in Ohio was arrested over the weekend. He allegedly beat a woman confined to a wheelchair. Flinging her to the floor, repeatedly kicking her in the ribs, and then strangling her using a pool noodle.
Wait a second.
What the hell?
What did she say?
All right, so Carl Edwards Chastang was taken into custody Monday and charged with one count of felonious assault resulting in the victim being seriously harmed. Officers responded to a call at the hospital in regards to an adult female believed to be the victim of domestic violence. Upon arriving at the facility, police located the victim, who allegedly explained that she had been assaulted by Chastang. The nature of the relationship between them is not immediately clear. Authorities stated the victim was in her wheelchair inside a home. She accidentally ran over his foot.
Are you kidding?
She reportedly said Chastang became enraged, grabbed her wheelchair, flipped her over, and she was still in it, causing her to land on the floor. When she was on the floor, Chastang allegedly pushed the chair away from the victim and then proceeded to pummel her, punching and kicking her. And after beating her, he grabbed the pool noodle and he wrapped it around her neck and started to strangle her.
All for running over his foot?
This guy's a psycho. The victim said that after being strangled, Chastain reportedly left her on the floor and walked away, leaving her completely immobile. Despite repeated calls for help from the victim, she reportedly claimed that he refused to respond. Instead, he left her on the floor until the following day when someone else called for medical assistance. She has suffered 3 broken ribs from the attack. He was booked into the Franklin County Correctional Center, but that's just psychotic, and I probably should have even mentioned that to you
there's
guys.
some more insight into that story. Apparently, she had neglected to invite him to a gathering at the melting pot.
Melting pot, okay.
Man, I know how that feels.
Delightful dinner. All right, so a lighter story. A woman delayed all flights at Canberra Airport on Wednesday when she ran onto the tarmac. The woman ran past security in an attempt to catch the plane that was getting ready to take off. She was captured on camera flagging down the pilot to how one might hail a taxi. And she's trying to yell at the pilot.
Aircraft!
A witness said she's trying to get his attention and jump up and down. It was bizarre.
And illegal.
Luckily, the pilot saw her and turned off the engine. The woman was apprehended by authorities, and all flights were slightly delayed due to the mishap. She did not make her flight.
Imagine being that detached from reality that you think you can flag down an airliner like a cab.
Yes. How about this guy in Ontario? A man harvested, and he believes it's the longest in the world, an 8-foot, 4.7-inch zucchini from his garden. So I saw a picture of this.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
I saw this thing, and I was thinking it would be like this. Yeah, I've seen zucchinis that get really big and wide.
Right.
This is just an 8. It looks like a pole that somebody painted green.
Really?
And it's an actual zucchini.
Wow.
The current record zucchini is 8 foot, 3.3 inches. That was grown by John Giovanni Scazzofabian from Niagara Falls. So Ontario's all the rage for giant zucchinis.
So is that like Mother Nature's equivalent of an impressive bowel movement?
Probably. Yeah.
We're looking at it, Preston. You're exactly right.
Isn't
It
that right?
looks like a green pole.
Yeah. So he said it didn't start out to grow. I didn't start out to grow the longest. It just happened to be in a new area that I had never grown before, and the soil has done really well for it. It's amazing. He said he keeps the massive zucchini in his garage until he's going to hear back from Guinness World Records. He said, when they open the farmer's market in Thorold next year, I should bring this by as a novelty so Thorold can be known as having the biggest zucchini in the world.
Let me tell you something. The missus spends tons of time out there in the garage with the zucchini.
All right. A South Hill, Washington resident was doing laundry on Tuesday when her pants caught on fire. And all 16 units in the apartment complex had to be evacuated as the flames overtook the balcony and spread to the roof. Residents could return to all but 5 apartments within the day's end, but fire officials confirmed the woman was doing laundry and she tossed her pants on top of a lit candle.
So the roof was on fire?
The roof was on fire, yeah. The pants caught fire, which spread to a nearby chair and beyond, and then eventually the roof was on fire.
At that point, let the mother effer burn.
Fortunately, everyone was able to get out safely. This is in Australia. Follow-up story. Homicide detectives have arrested Erin Patterson, the woman at the center of an investigation into the poisonous mushroom meal that resulted in the deaths of 3 people. You guys remember?
Yes.
Investigators spent yesterday morning scouring the backyard of Patterson's home where the deadly family lunch took place. They were seen walking in and out of the garage and leading dogs to and from the property. The 49-year-old woman will be interviewed when the search of her home is complete. Heather Wilkinson, Gail Patterson, and Don Patterson all died in the hospital days after the July 29th lunch where beef Wellington was served. Ian Wilkinson was released after 7 weeks of treatment. Investigators believe the group ate death cap mushrooms. Thomas said Thursday's arrest, as a police officer, was the next step in what had been a complex and thorough investigation by homicide squad detectives and was not over yet. They had previously named her as the estranged wife, by the way, of the Patterson son, Simon, as a suspect because she cooked the meal. She strenuously denied the wrongdoing and said that she could not explain how the meal caused the group's illness and deaths. It also emerged that her ex-husband had his own brush with death last year with serious gut problems that left him in intensive care for 3 weeks. And, of course, the death cap is responsible for 90% of mushroom poisoning deaths. One bite is enough to kill someone.
That is amazing.
During the investigation, police tested leftovers of the poisonous mushroom beef Wellington. Forensic tests were also conducted on a food dehydrator, which, by the way, she threw away once the investigation started happening.
You knew when the story first broke that this is where this would head.
Yep. So Patterson's 2 children were also at the gathering, but they did not fall ill. So she is, they're taking a closer look at this.
Yeah.
All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's go with this one. An out-of-state property owner was shocked to discover a squatter had broken into their Florida residence and made himself at home, even setting up a Sony PlayStation in the bedroom for easy gaming. Emmanuel Pierre was squatting in a residence until he was found out by the home's owner. Pierre was arrested after authorities said he made himself at home using the homeowner's car, cooking in their kitchen, and connecting a PlayStation in the bedroom. The homeowner discovered a squatter after they received notification from their home's thermostat that the temperature was changed. The notification made the homeowner
It's a little chilly in here.
Suspicious, and after visiting the property, they allegedly discovered Pierre driving their car and parking it in the garage. The
Folks, come on in. Make yourselves to your own home.
They called 911 and they blocked him from leaving. It's unclear how long he was living inside the home, and he now faces a burglary grand theft charge and remains in custody.
I hear things like that, like squatting crimes are like through the roof now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to break, come back in a second. Lesson question, trash, music, news, those things are on the way. Then after that, Word of the Week prize. We're giving it away this morning. We'll be right back.
And I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, I'm sorry. I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, one day, he goes, I don't care if it's 5 years. You're going to say something, then I'm going to call it back, and I'm going to put it right in your face. And that's exactly, I guess, and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let it.
Never forgets.
Do you think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh,
Well,
Preston and Steve. I'm sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, why don't you treat me more like the dog? So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, does that work? I go, well, I think I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something. I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, if he's really a bad dog, you get, a fire hose. You're, just right over to the neighbor's yard. Sure. Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was
a bad dog.
I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
but the farm is put to sleep.
Yep, the dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
Yeah.
I think it's
they kill it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not able to be.
Or for a kid, the dog just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever, it has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right. Yeah. He's, because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And I'll tell you what it is.
Try it.
When we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, why would you even have thought you could ever?
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, but this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw 2 dogs in the park, and they were going at it, humping each other.
Yeah.
And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, I remember like he said they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him. I go like, I took a beat, you know, like a little kid will, and I go, what's the game, you know? And he said it's effing. It's called. He said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where
just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body.
Did you hear what they said from City Hydration? So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking just, I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what, sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
You know, and I just want to stop. I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called If you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay. It's true. Because, you know, they don't just put, you know, if it says, you know, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which think about that. That's crazy. A moron. A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, hey, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi? Yeah. So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen?
I did work at Dairy Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, you know, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a little lost, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right. So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It says 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That 4 is enough. 3 sample limit.
I think 3 is too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do that occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4 or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's
but
you're one of those, aren't you?
What about?
Yeah.
You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other one.
I'm going to, not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm going to say
4 samples?
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person? You have to go, you don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition.
Yeah.
I'm a little wishy-washy here. I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really, it's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and
right.
what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm, as a fan of the show and honored to be here, I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the mall.
Yeah,
Costco, you can go around and spend an hour trying the sample.
Costco, I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with, you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah,
what did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, that they told me this, whether it's true or not, it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was just going to say they handle everything.
Harry or clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes, and Harry's it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a
so
shot.
So that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called a gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. WVH at Epiphany on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything at Rocks. Great song. Yeah. Be in town before you know it. Playing the Keswick Theater on, I don't remember the date. Hell. It's soon.
Campout's over, the 18th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hell. 10:28 a.m. on this Friday morning. Let's give something away, especially been listening all morning long. We would love to say thank you for that. And we're going to give away a $50 Metro Diner Dining card. And the question, well, let's do a restaurant-based thing since it's a Metro Diner Dining card. What restaurant is our version of the restaurant Truck Lux? Which actually it's called True Lux, but what restaurant is our version of the restaurant Truck Lux? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. While you call in, we do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning brought to you by the iconic Lorenzo & Sons Pizza. Philadelphia stapled locations in Westchester in Xfinity Live and in Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit lorenzoswestchester.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Mike Pence releasing an official statement saying while he is no longer running for president, he still considers the experience a victory. The 64-year-old former vice president says he is happy he got his message out, which is no one wanted Mike Pence to run for president.
Oh, my God.
Real Housewives of Orange County cast member Shannon Beador avoiding jail time after a judge sentenced her to 3 months probation in her DUI case. Beador says she has learned a valuable lesson, but can't remember it because she was drunk.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Steven Tyler is being sued by a woman who claims he, quote, dry humped her in a phone booth 50 years ago. Tyler is vigorously denying the allegations and has secured a lawyer who's familiar with the law at that time, a lawyer named Clarence Darrow. And that's your Hollywood Track.
All right, we'll see if you know the answer to this question. What restaurant is our version of the restaurant Trucklux? And we will go to Eric to see if we can get that answer. Eric, good morning.
Eric! See it.
Good morning, buddy. All right, what is our version of Trucklux?
Truck nuts.
Truck nuts. Yeah. Hang on, Eric. We're going to set you up, bud. We got a $50 Metro Diner dining card, and you can visit metrodiner.com for all the details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
All right, to piggyback on the story Steve just had in the trash, a second woman has accused Steven Tyler of sexual assault. The accuser is a former child model named Jeannie Bellino, who met Tyler in New York in 1975. When she was 17, he was 27. He claims that her and a friend were supposed to meet the group at the Warwick Hotel downtown. And while walking down 6th Avenue with Tyler and his entourage, Bellino reportedly asked Tyler about his lyrics. Tyler then allegedly forced her into a phone booth and assaulted her. Rolling Stone reports that the lawsuit says while holding her captive, Tyler stuck his tongue down her throat, put his hands on her body, her breast, her buttocks, her genitals, moving and removing clothing, pinned against her the wall and against her and the wall of the phone booth. As Tyler was mauling and groping plaintiff, he was humping her, pretending to have sex with her. Others stood outside the phone booth laughing as passersby watched and witnessed. Nobody in the entourage intervened. They said, and they go into more graphic detail, which I can't really talk about here, but she escaped the phone booth and was both shocked and in fear. And after the phone booth incident took place, Bellino said, and Tyler's entourage reportedly went back to the Warwick Hotel, where the rock star allegedly grind against her and forcibly kissed her despite her resisting. She was also summoned to his room. Bellino says she still needs medication to cope with the sexual assault and has suffered long-term physical injury associated with the trauma. And I'm sure they'll expand on that in the court case.
They haven't responded, his camp.
Yeah. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame holds its 38th annual induction ceremony tonight at 8 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Friday, November 3rd is obviously today. That's when it takes place. It'll be at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. This year's ceremony will stream live. Why do you say, oh, boy?
No, because it happens. I want to see it.
I know.
And I never see it.
So if you want to, you can watch it real time on Disney+.
Oh, can you? Oh,
yes,
all right.
the first time that it's been done since Fuse carried the 2009 ceremony live. So if you want to see the unedited full concert thing, you can do that tonight.
I might do that.
And then it's slated to run for 3 hours, but it always goes longer. And it will remain streaming on Disney Plus, while ABC will broadcast a 3-hour special of ceremony highlights.
That's what I missed.
January 1st. So that's when they edit it down.
Did you see Sarah's email, Preston?
No.
So she says, follow me on Instagram and Twitter tonight. I'll be covering the Rock Hall of Fame ceremony as it happens. She's going to be in the press room backstage getting footage of the inductees and the performers.
Oh, that's awesome.
The ceremony itself, like you just said, streams live on Disney Plus starting at 8 p.m. But yeah, follow Sarah, which is radio_Sarah, and she will give updates as the night moves on.
Perfect. The inductees in the performers category include Willie Nelson, Sheryl Crow, Missy Elliott, Rage Against the Machine, Kate Bush, the Spinners, and the late George Michael.
So with Kate Bush, they're going to have to mention Stranger Things.
Yep, because the resurgence in running up that hill.
Yeah.
DJ Kool Herc and Link Ray will receive awards for musical influence, while Elton John's lyricist Bernie Taupin, Shaka Khan, and Al Cooper will be honored with awards for musical excellence. And Soul Train host Don Cornelius will receive the Ahmet Ertegun Award for non-performers. So that's pretty cool.
Don Cornelius. God, I would watch Soul Train every Saturday morning. So you'd have the cartoons, you'd have American Bandstand, and then you'd have Soul Train.
Yeah. You remember in Living Color did a spoof on him?
Yeah.
The character was Dom Ridiculous.
Dom Ridiculous.
Oh, love it. Inductees, Crow, Elliot, Nelson, and Khan, Shaka Khan, are are slated to perform during the ceremony along with Stevie Nicks, Adam Levine, Carrie Underwood, Common, Miguel and Sia. The presenters list includes Elton John, Ice-T, LL Cool J, Queen Latifah, Elton John, Brandy Carlisle, Chris Stapleton, Dave Matthews, Her, New Edition.
The New Edition?
Yeah, and St. Vincent. So it's star-studded, as you can imagine. A GoFundMe has been launched for Victoria Starr Sweet. She is the wife of Striper drummer Robert Sweet in efforts to get assistance for her medical needs.
Striper were the band that gave out Bibles?
Yes, they were. I think they did hand those out, but they were a Christian metal band
that had some cred in the regular rock world.
We actually, my band used to play one of their songs called "Honestly," which we thought was pretty cool. And they did they did a really fun version of "Shining Star" from the not the Commodores. Who did Shining Star. That was damn it, Earth, Wind and Fire. Yeah, so they did a version of that. So he went to Facebook to talk about the fact that they need some help. She said Starr is diagnosed with an enlarged uterus.
Oh, my God.
He said since the diagnosis, her uterus has steadily grown in size and is currently the size of a grapefruit. And this has led to suffer from extreme chronic pain, problems breathing, and excessive bleeding. She's already received one blood transfusion. Is going to need another one unless she can successfully schedule and have a complete hysterectomy. So he said that we currently do not have health insurance. And the recent transfusion, office visits, and other health-related expenses have been slowly adding up. Starr has had surgery scheduled for November 9th. Man, it's wild. If you get caught without insurance, without medical insurance, boy, can that stuff add up. I mean, like that. So they're looking for help. And then finally, Dolly Parton has revealed that her new duet with Stevie Nicks was initially written for Fleetwood Mac. She told The Hollywood Reporter she stayed in Nashville for 4 days, which was great. Getting in the studio with her was great, and we talked a lot. During her time, Nicks told Parton about the song and explained the history of the record. She said, this is a song I wrote back when Fleetwood Mac was in the heat of our stuff. And she said, it's a song I love, but they didn't think that it was good enough to be on a record.
Well, it's perfect for Dolly Parton because the title of the song is Where Did I Get These Big Old Jugs?
Oh, and
yeah.
She wasn't even thinking of Dolly when she wrote that. It was in the Fleetwood Mac days. No, she said, I have an old demo of it. Can we do this one? Because I wrote it about someone I was involved with that was also in the rock and roll field when we had an affair. And Parton said she wrote that about a relationship because they had fun about it. What has rock and roll ever done for you? That's the title of the song, by the way.
I wonder if that person was Mick Fleetwood.
And she said, well, everything, because they were both famous and rich. And she just said, I just love this song, and I'd like to do it to commemorate that time in my life and that person. So the song titled What Has Rock and Roll Ever Done For You appears on Dolly Parton's new album, Rockstar.
I like what I've heard from that album so far.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
I agree. Dolly is amazing. And that is the last story I have for you in music news. All right, we have a final break to take. When we return, we're giving away our Word of the Week prize, and you do not want to miss that. So we'll get back in a second and give it to you. Stay with us. The shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them. And obviously, the grandpad has been a godsend, but you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what? You're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, what? Wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah. She's like, listen, I've been going to her for years. Like, so it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor who's a gynecologist, and I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits have become a thing, and the discussion is if this is going to be something. Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be
ongoing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
If you can just go, I have this rash. on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one. Right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. Other than that, it was okay. No,
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down there, right, Preston?
Right.
It's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter,
right?
Oh, my
God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it?
Oh yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh right, I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey. You're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me.
When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse, like my sister's a nurse, and she said, you have to send us a picture and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop.
Yep.
So I'm standing there with my new phone, like with the camera facing me, holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over, he goes, am I disturbing anything? I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first, but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So, listen, I've gotten used to dropping trow and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility. As you said, Preston, if you go and you show and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half and you have a time and you've got things to do during your day and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be because
when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this, where you would actually have, whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat,
Listen,
man.
what if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you?
No.
Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean,
in
she's
her.
so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me. So I went, no, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me. So I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
Whoa. So they had seen that. Wow. Okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes. But the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, but really?
Well, are there are USB cameras that you can, right? That maybe want to have one at the ready. If you're calling your gynecologist.
Well,
and
wait,
Preston, no. A little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
Steve, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean,
all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside there?
No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where,
like an anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So you know how, like, if you're trying to take a picture of evidence, and you don't know, like you lay a dollar bill next to it, so it gives it perspective.
So here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes,
they always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Casey's going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill. See, just make sure like your hands aren't in the picture too, because then you look like you have these huge, giant hands.
Do you ever see like the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like, come on. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. My God. 93.3 WMMR, Everyday That Rocks, Tom Sawyer, Rush. I always try to, when I have the opportunity to play that song, I push the volume up on the song all the way at the very end because Neil does one last little fill before it fades out. I like to grab that.
It's wild to watch you play air drums while Kathy does Alex Lifeson.
Oh, the guitar. She does the air guitar.
Yeah.
I know. It's a thing that we have together.
Our little thing.
10:49 on this Friday morning with the Preston and Steve show on MMR.
I have a rush question for you. In I Love You Man, they get to spend some time backstage with the three guys, Jason Segel and Paul Rudd do. Was that in the movie or was that outtakes?
It's outtakes.
Okay.
They did it later on for. I think they played it at a Rush show at their.
I think you're right.
One of their concert tours. Yeah, it's great because it takes place later because they've grown out their beards.
Okay.
They said they grew their show beards.
They were talking about the pronunciation of Neil Peart's last name and
Peart. And forever, I called him Pert. I called him Neil Peart.
Everyone did.
Until I heard him say it himself. It's Peart, P-E-A-R-T. But everybody mispronounced it. It's Peart. He's like, are you sure that's how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's me. Today has been a fun Friday morning, right, Pierre?
Peart.
I would like to thank Ted Alexandro.
Hey.
Stopping by this morning. Ted is playing Healing Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow. He's just the nicest guy, and he's hilarious. So go see him if you get a chance. He loves being in town. And that was our only guest. Other than that, thank you to you for being a part of the program today. Pierre Robert is in. Last night was at the Hall of Fame, Radio Hall of Fame induction ceremony for our good friend John DeBella.
And I didn't, before each inductee, there was a film of some notable person inducting that person. And John was the last of the 7 inductees. And the screen appeared, and it was Preston and Steve doing the induction. Steve said you guys did a little something, but I didn't know you were the actual inductees.
I thought we'd be like one of, I didn't know, and now I feel we probably should have dressed up.
I thought it was going to be like a montage or something like that, but it was just the two of us.
It was sincere.
Yeah.
It was like
I thought you were standing right here.
Yeah.
It was really cool. Very well done, very well said, very well spoken, and it was a cool intro to the whole thing.
Nice. Did John enjoy it?
John had a great time.
Awesome.
And, all these cool people were there. And
it was too late for us, man. Bill was saying that you guys didn't get back till midnight, and I would love to have been there for his special night, but we had to work today, and it would have just killed us.
I'm pretty selfish of you, but other than that,
well, it's revenge because John didn't come out to ours.
That's true.
He didn't come to Chicago. It's completely understood. He completely understood. I mean, he was a little overwhelmed. He had a lot of his family at the at his table.
Well, he as with you, and regardless of what you say, your ass is getting in there by and that's just a massive oversight. But John, of course, his legend is well deserved. You know.
There were some cool people. Pat St. John, legendary New York City DJ, was with our sister station for many years, WNEW, got inducted.
PLJ as well in New York for the longest time.
Yes, yeah.
Bill said that he really didn't have much to say.
Yeah, that was fascinating. I was inspired because little music comes on after about 5 minutes, which means it's your wrap up. But unlike the Academy Awards where the orchestra swells to the point where the person can't be heard, just little music in the background, and he just barreled right through it.
Right.
Just like I would. And he went on at least another 5 minutes. Some of the people at the tables were taking out time clocks, and putting timers on different people. And invariably, there's the 3 or 4 that went long. Shadow Stevens, legendary DJ.
An announcer.
Top 40 host and all that. He was inducted. Yep. And Nina Totenberg from NPR. I'm a huge National Public Radio fan and fan of their news show, All Things Considered, and she's a Supreme Court reporter. Nina Totenberg was in the midst of it, and all I could think of was one of the NPR fundraisers where they were selling Nina Toten bags that she actually had agreed to do.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. And I got a picture with her. It was really exciting. And I said, I remember the Nina Toten bags. And she goes, do you know, we did very well for NPR raising money on those Nina Toten bags. Just the goofy things you remember.
Work at the station where they did the 6 jars of farts.
Very NPR-like material. And I asked if I could get a tour of NPR in Washington. She said no. And moved on.
Security,
please get this homeless man away from me. And
you ate my bread, didn't you?
Could I have another slice, Nina? Are you going to finish that wine? I snuck into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame one time, and when it was still in ballrooms, and I did that, and I snuck into this table, and I started grabbing people's stuff, and I go, could I get some wine over here? It was great. More on that another time.
You got to go big.
All right.
Go big or go home.
Excellent. All right, well, before you go big, can we get a letter from you?
Yo.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
S as in Saturday.
All right, and we now have a word, and we'll take the 7th caller, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you happen to know our word of the week, because we got a very solid prize to give to you if you do. So give us a call right now. With this beautiful Friday laid out before you, what you got today in store?
Got Green Day tickets again. We had them yesterday. And I had a great fun playing, by the way, as you said I would yesterday, the entire Beatles song and the new Green Day song. a couple of hours apart, but we got to them. So we'll get to both of those today, too. But the Green Day tickets we'll have for the show next summer. And then we have a big block of the Hooters because tonight and tomorrow are their end-of-tour annual shows at the Keswick Theater. They're
That's
great
awesome.
fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I just had a really nice conversation yesterday with Rob Hyman. He was in the studio with Dave Wosickinen, and they agreed, Davey and Rob and Eric Bazillion, are going to come to Camp Out in a couple weeks.
Oh, sweet.
They're going to do a sort of a pared-down acoustic performance. The whole band, I think, is a bit scattered in a couple of weeks, but Rob, Eric Bazillion, and David Wosickinen are going to be at Camp Out on Wednesday morning. So a lot of Hooters, and Rob is just, I mean, they all are, but they're just the nicest guys. You know, it's so cool to have them be a part of this.
Such a good show. I mean, there's, you know, song after song after song, and they present it so well. They're really like craftsmen.
Yeah.
You know, you've had them in here before.
And Nick, did you know that they are, I don't know which members, but a few members are on the new Eagles Christmas album?
No.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was reading.
You know, I think that was recorded at Rob's studio,
Was
Rob
it?
Hyman's studio.
Okay.
I think, now that I come to think of that. That was last year, wasn't it?
Well, so they released one last year. They have a new one
Okay.
this year.
Okay.
And the proceeds are going to go towards the Children's Hospital. And there's another one. I can't remember the other beneficiary of the proceeds.
And, well, on their new album, Rocking and Swing, which came out around Memorial Day, there's a song from the 80s, Pete Rose, all about Pete Rose. And
What's
it's
that
mostly,
song?
it's an instrumental, and they just keep yelling, Pete Rose. Anyway, there's that. Now, other things that I'll have on the program, Preston's nodding off. I will have a block of Creed.
I just don't know where to jump in. That's all. I'm sorry.
Creed.
I'm not a good talker.
Just stay on the road with
I
me.
am. I'm
I will veer off from time to time.
I'll jerk the wheel.
We started on a freeway. We're off on a little country road, but we're
Gonna
coming
get you
back.
back to the airport.
We're coming back. And a block of Iron Maiden because those tickets go on sale for a show 10 years from now.
They should be able to see landing lights.
Yeah.
We're talking him in.
The tray table is stowed. The seat back is up. Seat belts are fastened. And landing gear is down.
All right, excellent. Well, we're coming in for a safe landing, and we need to get a winner, so we have caller number 7, and it happens to be Laura. Hello there, Laura.
Hello.
All right, Laura, if you give us a word of the week, we give you a prize. What is it?
Tools?
Tool time!
It is Tools, and sure enough, Laura, that Tool show, which is going to be at the Wells Fargo Center on Thursday, November 16th, is completely sold out, and you get the last 4 tickets. We're going to set you up with those, all right?
That's awesome. Yes, thank
All right,
you.
congratulations. Come and see us at the Camp Out for Hunger because we'll be in the parking lot right there, okay?
I will do, for
All right,
sure.
excellent.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Laura. Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and we will set you up. So, Camp Out for Hunger. A week from Monday.
Oh, my God.
1 week from Monday.
And joining us every day? One Pierre Robert.
Bear will be there, yeah.
You bet.
And we're doing Camp Out After Dark. We have all the information about food trucks and fireworks, which is Monday night. Tuesday night is movie night. We're going to be showing Step Brothers, and there's refreshments involved with that. You bring chairs and blankets. Wednesday night will be Quizzo night. We've never done that before. And a catered flyer suite to win there. And then Thursday night, we're working on this on a free T-shirt night. We'll get the details on that as well. So there's stuff going on in the day, in the evening with Pierre Aubert, with Brent Porsche, with Jackie when he's able to make it down there too. So it's going to be a great time. We're looking forward to it. But it starts a week from Monday. We are going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab with locations all over, now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, we'll have joining us Eric LaSalle.
Wow.
From,
my God.
From ER.
Yeah, from Coming to America.
That's right. Soul Glow. Yeah.
Wow.
Joe DeRosa, one of our buddies, and Alonzo Bodden will be in the studio too.
Another
we have
good buddy.
a bunch going on next week. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great, safe, enjoyable weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.